Happy Monday, everybody. Good to see you. Good to be back. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Hope you enjoyed the Super Bowl. Congrats to congrats to the Seattle Seahawks and your awesome Super Bowl against a terrible team and your awesome quarterback and all the awesomeness of Seattle. I'm so very, very happy for all of you. Terrific. Great. Really neat. What's up, Jen?
It sounds very sincere.
God, that game fucking sucked, by the way. That was a terrible game.
It was the most boring Super Bowl that I think I've seen in a while.
I honestly turned it off after the halftime show. I couldn't do it anymore, and then I watched Trailer Park Boys until I fell asleep, which was much better.
Yeah, it was pretty boring. Do you think it's the win is as good for people if the game is just meh?
I would probably celebrate if the game sucked and it was the Niners winning, but it's such a weird Super Bowl. Like, I don't remember the last time we had a Super Bowl where there was just like no stars at all. Like there was no superstars. Sam Darnold's been on like every team. He's been a backup. Neither quarterback could complete a pass. It was just, I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't very exciting, but
Admir's debating RC Dubs today. Is that like a scheduled debate, or is that just happening right now?
I don't know.
What the fuck would Admir debate about?
I don't know if Admir does he consider himself as a debater exactly?
I don't know. As you know, I didn't make it through our last debate night with Admir. I fell asleep and then my phone died. And
is that really the story you're going with?
Honest to God, that's what happened. Yeah, I even took my microphone. I unhooked my mic and I went and I was laying in bed, and then I woke up and my phone was dead. So I don't know how long I was in there.
Got it. Yeah, I mean it was well. Interestingly enough, you dropped out at a I don't want to say it wasn't. There was a discussion going on that you kind of ducked out on, and the timing wasn't fantastic for you.
Oh, really? What was it?
Yeah. They were discussing. We were discussing. How do I? The ape situation.
The video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And talking about someone came up right before that talking about how it was more or less like we were discussing race and how white people participate in these conversations, and then you dropped out.
Oh, what was the discussion? Why did that look? What was the discussion?
It was so DJ Tony, DJ Tony.
Yeah.
He came in and he was frustrated that he felt like some of the conversation was about giving excuses. I think we were talking about the excuses that people were giving, giving Trump a pass, or maybe what's it called? A staffer did it, and not Trump. And
was Admir giving that dude was Admir giving Trump a pass?
I didn't think he was giving him a pass. I think he was just discuss. I mean, how Admir asks questions, kind of, hypotheticals or whatever.
Yeah.
And Admir ended up dropping Tony or DJ. I don't know if he goes.
Admir dropped him. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he dropped him. And so I was up there and I'm like, Admir, I don't think that was the right call.
Wait, dropped him while he was saying that?
When he was on the panel, yeah, he just dropped him out. He's like, I'm not going to do this because he doesn't talk. I guess Admir says he doesn't talk about race. I'm like, Admir, that wasn't probably the right.
And that's when I dropped out. It was during
that. You dropped out right around that time. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, well, sorry about that. My bad. I didn't know. So, the last thing I remember was Boston Brian coming up. And then that's when I muted and I went and I laid down, and then I woke up and my phone was dead and it was 3 a.m. So
yeah. Right. So it was, it was, like I said, the timing was if you could, it wasn't fantastic.
Great. All right, I'll reach out to DJ. Tony and let him know.
Yeah. So,
Maybe
all right,
remind me.
I'll just add it to my reminder list.
Just don't send them on the weekends. I turned off my phone
Right.
most of the weekend. Yeah.
Right. So we're just getting started. As you guys all know, if you're on TikTok, we'll see how long we get to stay with you guys today. If we go down, check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We're live 2 other places today. So if you haven't already followed us or watched us on those other platforms, just in case we go down, you might want to follow us over there as well, because likelihood is we get taken down.
There we
TikTok
go.
isn't friendly with us right now. So gift goal, we have to hit that each day to keep the lights on. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all that to help us keep doing this each day. If you're on TikTok, if we can get up to 25K likes, that would be awesome. If you're on YouTube, please like the stream. If you haven't subscribed to us over there, you can do a free subscription. We've got a members only event tonight. So if you're a paid subscriber or member on any of where you're watching, you can join us to watch. These are the last couple episodes, right? Or is it 2?
Good question. I'm not sure. I'll pull it up while you're looking. I don't know.
So we're finishing up Hitler and the Nazis tonight. So if you guys want to join us for that, make sure you're a paid subscriber in the Discord.
I was playing with the
Sorry, I doubt it's the last 2. Let me see real quick. It's gonna because we only watched 2. No, there's 6. So there's
okay.
Wait, did we watch 3 and we just watched 1 and 2, right? We've only done this one week, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, so there's 6 episodes.
Okay, so next 2 things we're gonna watch all 6, right?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, if you guys want to join us for that, make sure you're a paid member on one of the platforms and in the Discord. Any mod can get you a link to the Discord. So check out the link tree. Like I mentioned earlier, check out the link tree. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo. We upload these episodes to Spotify. And if you guys disagree with Jay, you can actually come up and have a conversation. And how that's done is you add me, send me a message on Discord. My Discord's the same as the Venmo. Jen with 2 N's, Deb with 2 B's, the number 1, and I can bring you on. So let's get to liking the stream. Don't forget the gift goal. And did I ever tell you that I know this group of lobsters that
group?
never share anything with anybody?
Okay.
They're all shellfish.
Stupid. Thank you. All right, let's get to some polling to kick things off. Everybody's favorite pollster, Harry Enton here, looking now at should we say uneducated, or what do we say, non-college voters, and watching the collapse. Obviously, a big story from the weekend. There was a special election in New Jersey that Trump was like plus, what was it? I think he was like, it was a plus 10. They lost that. It was like a 24-point swing in New Orleans, and we saw that in Texas. And you can see just across the board that these numbers for Trump and for the Republicans are terrible. That's why today, and we'll cover this tomorrow because I already had an outline today before I saw it, but that's why today, if you go into any right-wing spaces, they're going to be talking about mail-in voting. That's why Elon Musk has started a new campaign to end mail-in voting. They recognize the problem here. And luckily, there have been enough people like Election Truth Alliance, and we're ahead of this. We know why they're going to go after mail-in voting. We know why they're afraid of mail-in voting and why they're going to make this plea. And it's just going to be a really sick couple of months as we watch Republicans who know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly why they're going to go after mail-in voting. They know how they want to try and get around the fact that they're deeply unpopular. And it's going to be a sick couple of months watching Republicans just lie and lie and lie and lie. But lucky for us, we're used to that, and we kind of know how to sift through their shit. So don't get surprised when leading up to the midterms, it's just a lie fest. But let's look at the numbers currently.
Through this. Yeah, okay. So if you know anything about Donald Trump, you know that he built his 2 presidential victories on winning voters without a college degree, while Donald Trump's base with non-college voters is absolutely collapsing. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we just take a look? Voters without a college degree on Donald Trump. Look at this. Back in 2024, he won those voters over Kamala Harris by 14 points. You come over to this side of the screen. What's his net approval rating with him? He is underwater by 9 points. That's a 23-point switcheroo with his base.
That's a fair question. How come our motive can't be that we're trying to stop you from cheating? Because you don't have evidence that we're cheating, right? You just believe shit. There is absolutely zero evidence that mail-in voting has been used to cheat. That's why we're not going to accept that. And the bar for you guys to accept evidence is so incredibly fucking low that it makes me wonder if any of you have ever questioned anything in your entire life and know how to fact check. Because what you're seeing and what you're going to see from every goddamn Republican is the same graph that shows the rise of mail-in voting and a spike in 2020. And they're going to be like, hey, look over here. Look at this spike in mail-in voting in 2020. That means it was stolen. And none of you are going to recognize that what did happen in 2020? Oh, pandemic. I remember. There was a pandemic in 2020, and a bunch of states made it so that it was easier to vote by mail. There's a history of this. The more we have accepted mail-in voting, the more people vote by mail. You can go look year by year and watch the percentage of people who vote by mail in Florida and in Arizona and in Utah rise every single year. Why? Because people got used to it. And these red states put in, one, like mandatory voter registrations, and two, mail-in voting. And so this is just like the pattern had been following. It had been ticking up, and you have a spike in 2020, and then some states went back to their old rules in 2024. And 2024, there were more than 2016. There's just a spike. And that's all the evidence it's going to take for you guys to believe that people are cheating for mail-in voting. And what the reason I say that like we're not going to accept that is because we have much better evidence over here. I've got much better evidence that the reason you guys are against mail-in voting, and not you specifically because you don't know, but the reason that the people you vote for are against mail-in voting is, one, because they want to suppress votes, and that makes it easier for a lot of people to vote, and two, there appears to be a mechanism by which you can manipulate votes when they are in-person same-day votes, and there doesn't seem to be a mechanism for mail-in voting, so that's why. And I'll explain that all in greater detail tomorrow, but I hope that answers your question. Keep going with the polling here.
Of non-college voters, he is
What happened to my volume?
absolutely collapsing with a group of...
What's going on here? Can you guys hear that?
A 23-point switcheroo with his base of non-college voters. He is absolutely collapsing with the group of voters that helped put him into the White House, Kate.
Okay, so how are these non-college voters feeling about 2026?
Okay, so you see this drop of 23 points, right? From plus 14 Trump to now he's underwater by 9 points. How is that impacting their views on how they're going to vote for Congress? Well, you see a similar story going on here, right? Take a look. In the 2024 election, Republicans won those voters, those non-college voters, by 13 points. Now they're just ahead by just 1, 2, 3, 4 points. When you can count it on one hand, you know that you're in trouble if you're Donald John Trump and the Republican Party, in this case, the Republican Party, when it comes to the voters in Congress. And of course, a 4-point lead among non-college voters is not anywhere close to being good enough because Democrats are dominating among voters with a college degree, up by 20 points. At this point, the Democratic base with college voters is rising, and the Republican base with non-college voters is collapsing.
One of the big promises, circling back to the economy, one of the big promises from President Trump was bringing back manufacturing jobs. And that speaks to somewhat of this split that you're kind of highlighting here. What are the hard numbers on this?
Yeah, okay. One of the reasons why Donald Trump has been able to bring non-college voters into the Republican ranks is because he said, hey, I'm going to bring back those jobs, those manufacturing jobs that were lost to free trade, right? Bring in those tariffs, restrict those jobs from moving overseas. But there's just a bit of a problem going on here. How about those manufacturing jobs? In December of 2025, compared to the beginning of the Donald Trump presidency, the manufacturing jobs have gone adios amigos. See you later. They've been going.
That's going to be a problem. How come he keeps telling you that he brought back manufacturing jobs, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Might want to think about that.
Going away, down 63,000 versus January of 2025, with an even larger collapse since Liberation Day, right? So what we're dealing with is a Donald Trump message that is not actually meeting the reality, and that is why not.
I really like you. Whoever said that. Can't wait to hear what you guys say after he won. Like you guys, legitimately, your only identity is Donald Trump. I'm showing you terrible numbers. I'm showing you terrible jobs numbers. And you're like, we'll see when he won. well, why don't you care about the jobs numbers? Why, when you see bad information about Trump, do you go, yeah, but he's still going to win? Are you all admitting that it doesn't matter if things go well or poorly, you're just going to vote for him? Seems like that's what you're saying.
Non-college voters have been going away from the president.
Bye, TikTok.
And
TikTok's gone? Good. Bye, TikTok.
away from Republicans as well.
Yeah, because the media is such a reliable source. God damn, you guys have just like beaten yourselves into a dumb corner. When you say things like that, like where you just can't look at any media and believe it, like it tells me that you don't know how to fact check. Don't believe media. Fact check it. He's just showing polls. He's just giving you data from polls. He's just giving you jobs numbers. Those jobs numbers he just showed you are directly from the Trump administration. But it shows how dumb they have made you and how comfortable you are just being dumb. You're like, I don't believe any information that comes to me that is bad because it comes from everybody who's biased. I only believe information when it comes from Donald Trump. That's kind of pathetic. TikTok does suck. I'm happy when TikTok goes down. If we're being honest, I do not give a shit about TikTok. They don't pay us for any views. They take most of our money for clicks anyways. We're entirely suppressed. I tried something this weekend. I posted a video for 2 hours on my backup account. And in 2 hours, it got like 2,500 views. Took it down, posted the same video on my my main account. And in a day, it had like 280 views. Like, it's clear, right? It's clear at this point that TikTok doesn't want us there. I showed all I've done so far today is show polling, and TikTok's like, gotta go. This guy's gotta go. So it's clear they don't want us there. They don't pay us there anyways. So I'm, in fact, the only reason I have TikTok is hopefully people go in there when the live starts so that they remember we're live, and then TikTok will ban us, and then they can come over here to Twitch or YouTube. And for those coming over to Twitch and YouTube, it's a better place anyways. And turn your notifications on. Subscribe while you're here because TikTok's going to go down every single day, so you might as well avoid it. Subscribe while you're here, turn on your notifications, and then you'll never miss a live show when we go live. All right, let's talk about Trump RX because holy fucking shit, does it suck. Let's see if this will pull up. Trump RX, of course, is Trump's, for whatever reason. It's supposed to be like a government website. Ironically, he just has to name everything after himself. So he called it TrumpRx.com. And what we're finding out is that these promises, like all of his promises about healthcare and making things more affordable, is just untrue. He just repackages other people's ideas or stuff that already exists, claims that he did it, and then lies to you, and you're good with it. Since the drugs offered on the site are all from brand name manufacturers, making them more expensive than generic brands. So you can't go get like your generic brands on Trump RX, which tells you that he's just working with big pharma and he's trying to help them out. Almost all of the drugs are also covered through insurance already. The product pages on the website even say, if you have insurance, check your copay first. It may be even lower. One ex-user fact-checked Trump's claim Thursday that Trump RX will lower the cost of inhalers from $458 to $51. In reality, clicking on the link on Trump RX redirects the user to the manufacturer's website to see if the buyer qualifies for hardship discounts. As the user pointed out, these discounts are available regardless of whether Trump RX is involved. You can see here, Trump RX lists it for $50, but then when you click on it, you're going to go to AstraZeneca, and they're going to maybe give you a hardship exemption. Another ex-user pointed out that the lack of generic drugs on Trump RX makes prices higher than on prescription comparison sites such as GoodRx. Here they used, what are they? Prestique prices. Tom Thumb, CVS. Tom Thumb's $45, CVS here $34, Walgreens $33.89, and at Trump, we're seeing $200. Not great. How come he's always grifting and lying to you guys? Everything this guy does is literally smoke and mirrors. He doesn't do anything. He's just there to make billions of dollars, which he's doing. Nothing for you. A lot of stuff for his friends, enriching himself and his family. And every time he tells you he's got an idea for you, it winds up to just be nonsense, smoke and mirrors. And then it just keeps you from being distracted by the fact that he is stealing from our federal government currently, which is so cool. Isn't that so cool? How he's already made $1.5 billion by selling bribes to foreign countries, but now he's going to get another cool $10 billion. Isn't that so cool? Who cares if you lose your job, right? Who cares? Who cares if you can't afford groceries or a house? Who fucking cares about that? Trump's making billions of dollars from the presidency. Isn't that so cool? I am so serious with that, expat. Why are you just ignoring this? Come on, bro. I don't like this. I don't like what you're saying. You'll never spend this amount of time critiquing new scum. See? You whiny little bitches. Just correct what I'm saying here. What's wrong with you? What causes a person to show up online, get news that the guy they voted for is lying right to their face, and your response is, why don't you talk about something else instead? I don't really like this. What did I lie about, expat? I just showed you my fucking proof. What are you talking about? I just showed you the pricing. Or are you talking about the $10 billion? That proof, you can go back on our shows, is Donald Trump admitting that he's suing our government for $10 billion. You can go watch Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, testify in front of Congress that he's suing our government for $10 billion. And then that will come out of the general fund, which is taxpayer funds. You can also go read the New York Times story that has showed how he has made $1.5 billion since he's been in office by selling bribes. You can see foreign countries giving him billions of dollars, and then him in turn giving them a favor, and he makes money. How do you not know this? Oh, I know, because you don't watch any news outside of your left or your right-wing bubble. And they're not allowed to talk about Donald Trump like this. They're not allowed to point out that Donald Trump is grifting. However, there are some that are. There were clips this weekend on Fox News showing that, this is he's definitely selling influence. All the stuff you accuse Joe Biden of is actually happening now. And you're just going to turn a blind eye. There you go, expat. See? It's you. Ha ha, news. Ha ha ha, news. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Just look it up. Look it up right now, expat. Look up right now. Has Donald Trump made $1.5 billion since he's been in office this time around? Look it up. Google it. Come back to us. Let us know what you think. This was posted by European Democrats, which is alarming in and of itself. From the land of freedom, the land of the watched, a serious warning for World Cup travelers. Just a reminder and this is a screenshot from the Federal Register. There is, in order to comply with the January 2025 executive order protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats, CBP is adding social media as a mandatory data element for ESTA application. This data element will require ESTA applicants to provide their social media from the last 5 years. Fuck yeah, let's kill all American tourism. Let's make sure that if people want to come here, that they have to show what their social media has said for the last 5 years. And if they've said anything negative about Donald Trump, they're not going to be let in. Yeah, let's just fucking kill all tourism, should we? All right. Want to get to this. This is Peter Doocy. There's just something about these Republicans. Goddamn, do they love sex criminals. Goddamn, do they love sex criminals. Peter Doocy on with RFK here. Realfood.gov made a commercial, and I swear to God, it features Mike Tyson, who is a convicted sex offender, and it was directed by Brett Ratner, who is all over the Epstein files. And by the way, RFK also multiple times credibly accused as a sex pest. Like I was talking to somebody this weekend about this, but they were like, they're kind of like in a relationship with somebody that's MAGA, and I was like, how do you square that? Like you've got kids, how do you square that? How do you square like dating a MAGA person when you have daughters, knowing that like sexual abuse, sexual assault is not a deal breaker for you? How can sexual assault not be a deal breaker for you? It's not a deal breaker for any of you. Even if they're convicted, it doesn't matter. Now Mike Tyson is the face here? Let's look at this.
The newest fighter in the war on processed food is the face of realfood.gov, Mike Tyson. How did you settle on somebody who is most famous for eating Evander Holyfield's ear?
You know, it was really serendipitous.
That's not what he's most famous for, by the way, but cute.
The two guys, Brett Ratner, who helped produce the ad, had a lifelong friendship with him and understood and was aware of the struggle that Mike had, which he says the biggest struggle, the biggest fight that he had in his lifetime was his fight with obesity. He was 340 pounds. He lost his sister when she was 25 to obesity, to a heart attack. And he did, the whole ad was shot in, the whole thing was conceived over about a 3-day period. And they gave him a script. The script was not working, and he just started talking. And it's an extraordinary, powerful ad. I think it's the most important ad in Super Bowl history because it's a crisis, Peter, that's existential for us now. 77% of our kids cannot qualify for military service. So,
it's wild to call us right now during this time a bunch of woke sheep with no morals when you have a man who definitely cheated on his wife. Both his current wife and his last wife has multiple sexual assault allegations, and a man convicted of rape. And we're woke sheep with no morals. Got it. Who are these people again?
obesity is off the chart. 38% of American teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the cost to our country is ruinous. When my uncle was president, we spent zero on chronic disease in this country. Now we spend $4.3 trillion a year, and it's growing.
Not convicted of rape. You're lying. Are you? It's 1992. What are you talking about? I think it was 92. He was convicted of rape in a 1992 case, served 3 years in prison. He lost his heavyweight belt at the time. Jesus Christ, you guys. Jesus Christ, MAGA. This is what I mean by MAGA. Like, sexual assault, rape, none of that is a deal breaker for them. They just pretend it didn't happen.
Faster than anything in the budget, and it's going to bankrupt us. And it's really, it's a spiritual warfare, because this is a spiritual malaise. So this affects mental health, despite what the New York Times says. There's 75 years of peer-reviewed science that show that improving your health is going to improve even the symptoms of schizophrenia.
Remember, we covered that. He's now changing it. He said earlier that it cured schizophrenia. It's nice to know that now he's more careful with his words. That it can help. It can help balance your mood. If you eat healthy food, he's right about this. If you eat healthy food, especially and avoid non-processed foods, your brain tends to work better. That's true.
ADHD, of bipolar disorder. When you give people in prisons real food, the violence goes down by 40%. The use of restraints goes down by 75%. The food is affecting everything that we do. This is warfare. If a foreign enemy or adversary did this to our country, poison them at mass scale, we'd consider it an act of war. And we are poisoning our children at scale, at a cellular level. And
all right. Anyways, just wanted to point that out. I like the message, honestly. Why you would put up a convicted rapist as your messenger is a little bit beyond me. I don't know why you would do that. So, K-Dog, you can find my name. I have no criminal history, but you can find my name. You think for 1 second that people wouldn't have figured that out already? Or that I didn't have a criminal history? You can look it up. Let's go here. Just a reminder, though, that the person that directed this commercial and the person who directed the Melania movie is this person, Brett Ratner. Just a reminder that it's not a deal breaker for any of you. In fact, if you scroll through, if you take, here's a screenshot here from the Epstein files, you'll notice that Ratner and Epstein were together plenty. Good buds. That's who they chose to direct the Melania movie and this this commercial, by the way. Good stuff, guys. Just a reminder to everybody that's out there. I don't know if super chats are coming in or not, but we are crowdfunded. Anything you can do to help us knock out that gift goal every single day would be greatly appreciated. There is Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, and of course the super chats. We prefer the other ones because super chats take a good percentage. But if that's how you want to do it, that's fine. Leslie said Adrian Fontes is speaking tonight here in Cottonwood. I'm going. What question should I ask him if given a chance? I would ask him if they have done what they're doing to prepare for the 2026 elections. I would ask specifically about the access that the cyber ninjas got in Maricopa County, and have they done anything to make sure that, unlike in places like Colorado, where Tina Peters let people in, have they been able to ensure that people haven't been let in to get any create a backdoor into any of these machines? Something along those lines. That's what I'd ask Fontes. I want to know what Arizona's doing to prepare for the election, because in Arizona, if there is a way to cheat, they've found it. Been very strange elections here, but the amount of access they have given to Republican auditors who have no experience doing audits is alarming. So I'd ask them. All right. Here is Dana Bash with Dr. Oz as they now talk about what we have in this country that I didn't think I would ever have to say is a measles outbreak. And obvious question that you would ask Dr. Oz is, should we talk to RFK about his stance on the MMR vaccine?
Let you go ask you about a record surge in measles in the United States. South Carolina, for example, is currently reporting 800 cases. It's the worst outbreak since measles was declared eradicated more than 3 decades ago. Is this a consequence of the administration undermining support or advocacy for measles and other vaccines?
I don't believe so. We've advocated for measles vaccines all along. Secretary Kennedy's been at the very front of this movement.
Come on.
No, he is. When the first outbreak happened in Texas, he said,
"Come on." There's a reason for that. There's a reason. She says, "Come on." Here's the reason. One, he has for years, since like '98, has promoted the discredited claim that the MMR vaccine may be linked to autism. We know that Dr. Jay Bhattacharya testified in front of Congress last week and was forced to admit that the MMR vaccine has no link to autism, despite the fact that RFK just a few months ago made that claim. He always cited this Lancet paper. It was a 1998 study that has been retracted by the people who did the Lancet study, who say, like, yeah, our study did not make the conclusions that people are drawing. In fact, it just asked another question, and so now that has been retracted. And then, you know, you can see what he did in I forget every fucking time if it was in Tonga, but I think it was in Tonga, where he went out and spread vaccine misinformation, and then they had a measles outbreak there as well. So yeah, really, we can't question him.
get your vaccines for measles, because that's an example of an ailment that you should get vaccinated against. What happened with the core schedule that was released in the beginning of last month was to say, listen, we look at what happened in Europe. In Europe, if you give people 80 different vaccine doses to take, people start.
But I'm specifically talking about measles here. I mean, you talked about RFK Jr., the group Children's Health Defense that he founded and ran up until 3 years ago, posted on X, despite the media's scare tactics, there's no reason to fear measles. Should people fear measles?
Oh, for sure. And we actually are pretty aggressive at CMS. We fund any vaccine you want to take. There will never be a barrier to Americans get access to the measles vaccine. And,
as a doctor, your message to people about the measles vaccine
Take
is?
the vaccine, please. We have a solution for a problem. Not all illnesses are equal.
Boy, how quickly did they change that tune when it came down to it. It was 6 months ago they were telling us that these vaccines caused autism, and now just 6 months later, take it. It's really effective. Do it. Gracie said, don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. I don't know my real dad either. Tough break, Gracie. Oh, maybe you do know your real dad. Maybe I made the assumption. Maybe that was just my own internal dialogue there. All right, moving on through the headlines. Let's talk about what's happening with ICE. This was alarming to watch. Once again, MAGA, thank you so much for helping our country's reputation by supporting concentration camps. It's going really, really well. I want to show this story here about the conditions from a whistleblower who used to work at an ICE detention facility who now has to hide their identity because they have to sign non-disclosures so that they can't tell you what happens inside these concentration camps.
We're disguising the identity of a former worker here at the ICE detention facility on the 6th floor of this federal building in Baltimore because they signed a non-disclosure agreement before starting work here, which means they could face legal retaliation for talking about it.
People laying on the floor, head to toe. That reminded me of the pictures that I saw in elementary school of how they brought the slaves from Africa.
For months, this person had access to what our cameras are not allowed to see.
Miren cómo nos tienen aquí. Miren con migración cómo nos tienen.
The inside of the same Baltimore ICE detention center showed in this viral video.
Nos tienen en un depósito aquí en Baltimore.
The former worker showed WUSA 9 documentation proving they were employed there.
It was probably day 1 or day 2 that I saw the abuse.
What did you see?
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees to long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen. Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December.
That's not good. These are called receipts.
Showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself, and as many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker described to us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said she was disturbed by what she saw.
It is just a horrific thing for us as a country.
This former worker told us on one occasion they showed up to find a detainee strapped in a restraint chair.
And when I asked the guard why was he in the restraint chair, his reply to me was that the mother kept making noise all night.
In its statement,
yeah, I do notice, MAGA, just as is what you do, we're showing you atrocious things. And somehow, where before I fell asleep in Admir's Live, like I think we had this conversation with somebody, but this is where like Donald Trump has completely fucking broken us. We're completely fucking broken. What I'm showing you is the mistreatment of human beings. And what people on the right see is, oh no, they're talking about Donald Trump. And so while we're watching the mistreatment of human beings, you're complaining about how this is unfair coverage to Donald Trump. I haven't brought up Donald Trump one single time. He's completely broken you guys. You view everything in the lens of like whataboutism. I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. Some of you have said like there were cages under Obama. Agreed. Every president that we've had has had horrendous conditions. However, this is different. This is new. This is costing us a fortune, and we're treating people to inhumane conditions. And you guys want to talk about Trump. You want to talk about how this is unfair that this is being covered about Trump, or you want to talk about Obama. You want to talk about Bush. Like, this is new. This is different. This is a masked Gestapo running around the streets with mandates to arrest 8 people a day. And when we see these stories coming out of these detention facilities, some of these people with no criminal history being held for months on end, it's not about deportation. It's not about mass deportation. In fact, if it was about deportation, these people would be deported. They wouldn't sit in here for 6, 7, 8 months at a time with no criminal history. But because Donald Trump has made promises to these private contractors that run these detention facilities, and because he has created an incentive for ICE agents to arrest a certain amount of people in order to hit their bonuses, we have a lot of people in here who are not dangerous and who are whose legal status is still being discussed. Like, they actually have court proceedings that they're waiting on. And so instead of letting them stay with their families, stay at their job, instead they have to either go into hiding, and if they get caught, they get thrown into a detention center like this while they await their due process. So I appreciate those of you that are like, oh, if you come here illegally. Well, some of these people we don't even know, most of them that are staying long term didn't come here illegally. They have an asylum claim, or they have a citizenship claim that they're trying to make, and they're waiting on that citizenship claim. But these piece of shit ICE agents arrest them because they have a quota to hit their bonuses, and the people that run these detention facilities keep them in the detention facilities because that's how they get paid. And guess who's paying for it? You. At the tune of millions of dollars a day. Millions of dollars a day we are spending to house people here. We would be spending $0 on those same people had we just allowed them to stay with their families and wait out this process. But if you could deport them, they would be deported. They wouldn't be in these detention facilities. So that's why these detention facilities exist, for people to make money.
ICE told WUSA 9 restraints are only used if a detainee poses a danger to themselves or others, never for disciplinary reasons, and not for extended periods. Staff are trained in their proper use, and all instances are monitored. The spokesperson also said ICE is committed to the safety, health, and dignity of all.
All right, well, explain that to me. When you say, I paint a rosy picture, but most are here illegally. Okay, then why are they in detention facilities, Tom? Tomanowski? Why aren't they just deported then? What are they doing in a detention facility if they are just simply here illegally? Can't we just deport them? Let's get an answer for that, please. Maggot, what's the answer for that? Because of me. Oh, okay, it's my fault. My bad. I didn't know. Because many have other charges. Well, there's very little data on that, but then why would we put them in an ICE detention facility? Why wouldn't we just put them in prison? There's already a place for that. Why would we move them to a different facility? See how you guys don't have an answer for that? You're paying millions of dollars for these people per day. It's about money for them, and your support of it is either because you just like full-throatedly defend everything Donald Trump does, or you yourself don't care about the treatment of brown people in this country. It could be any of those reasons, but for whatever reason, you're willing to spend a lot of money to put women and children in detention centers. I don't know why you want to do that so bad.
Individuals in custody. But this former worker told us he regularly saw detainees lying in filth, and treatment of women's sanitary needs was especially disturbing.
We didn't always have sanitary stuff for them if they were having their cycle.
What was the solution there?
They were given diapers.
ICE told WUSA 9 appropriate hygiene supplies, including sanitary products for female detainees, are provided, and that all staff and contractors treat detainees with respect and dignity. But the former worker showed us these screenshots of a group text message in which a coworker complains about the smell inside the facility. Someone messages back, "Smells like an animal house at the zoo." A third person seems to joke, "Goats?"
And that's how I
This guy's a shadow because he signed an NDA. He's not legally allowed to say what he's saying here. He's not legally allowed to talk to the press about what's going on in these detention facilities. And so they hide who this person is so that he can't be sued for breaking his NDA.
seen some of the officers treat them and talk to them out of the Baltimore office like they were animals in a cage at the zoo. I'm for the deportation of illegal immigrants in this country.
Okay, so this person agrees with you, MAGA. So now what? He's just making up stories for the fun of it? Like, I support this. That's why I went and I worked here. I support deporting people who are here illegally. I just don't want to be cruel. So are we just cruel?
Especially those that commit crimes. I've said it when I got hired. I said it in the interview. I knew who I was working for when I took this job. I had no problems with doing my job. I just have problems with the abuse and the treatment of the detainees on that floor.
The worker told us he reported mistreatment of detainees to his supervisors, but nothing was done. In fact, shortly after that, he was fired, he says, for reporting the abuse allegations. I reviewed his termination letter. It said he was not a good.
I like that. This was good timing. It said news just uses anonymous sources all the time so they can put out complete bullshit. Well, we've got their letter, their termination letter. They showed evidence of the counts in the cells. So somehow they were able to get documents from inside the organization, but they're phony. Again, it's just proving the way that you're looking at this. Like any bad news about Donald Trump's administration or that you think is Donald Trump's administration, you just turn the other way. You just make up an excuse not to believe it.
Fit for the position. In Baltimore, Eric Flack, WUSA 9.
There we go. All right. But appreciate your guys' transparency today and showing just how cruel and how much you love the cruelty. This was horrific. This woman out at an ICE facility gets a note thrown over the wall to her.
Attached to a lotion bottle, tossed over the Otay Mesa Detention Center fence by someone held inside. For 290 days, the detainee writes, "We haven't eaten a single piece of fruit. We are in dire straits and pleading for help."
When he first arrived, he got sick because it's super cold in there.
Maya Anthony was visiting a friend detained in Encinitas in October.
They didn't give him anything for his cold, no pain medication for his headaches, nothing.
In a statement, CoreCivic, which runs the detention center, said the safety, health, and well-being of detainees is their top priority, and allegations of food.
So they always say, it's our number one priority. Okay, private prison. I bet that's what your number one priority is. I bet your number one priority isn't making money, private prison. I bet your number one priority is treating people with respect, for sure.
Quality issues are patently false.
We've also heard now even more serious allegations that they're putting people in cages like they used to.
Estuve 4 meses. Detained for 4 months, Yesenia Morales says she saw those cages, just big enough for a chair for people being disciplined. Attached to a
Yeah, no fruit. I know. What's wrong with you guys? I hope that you're just trolling. Like, I hope that you're just honestly trying to get attention with some of the shit that you say. Because those of you who celebrate this stuff, if you're not trolling, that sucks. It sucks to know that you exist. Like, it really fucking sucks to know that you exist. And I know that probably makes you even more happy that I said that because I gave you some attention. But that does suck. That's pretty gross. Someone on TikTok did a breakdown. If you have that video of the profit they're making, let me know, Rasta Ranch. If you can find that, DM it to me. I'd appreciate that. Okay. We're going to get to this a little bit more later because of who's here. But there is a new lawsuit happening with Meta. And it's filed by the Attorney General in New Mexico. And here's what it says. A top Meta researcher warned the company's executives that there could be as many as 500,000 cases of online sexual exploitation per day on Facebook and Instagram, according to explosive documents that were unsealed on the eve of a landmark jury trial. Opening arguments begin today with New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres's case in state court, which accuses Zuckerberg's social media giant of exposing kids to the twin dangers of sexual exploitation and mental health harm through creepy messages, sextortion schemes, and human trafficking. I've seen some of the stories that have been released. They're horrific. In some cases, they've convinced children to take their own lives. They're getting children, sending them money and getting children to make, sex videos, and then using that to hold over their head for extortion, saying they'll send it to their friends and their family. This is going to be one of the most brutal cases you'll ever watch. Amy said, lack of fruit equals scurvy, not just an enjoyable food. Thank you. Good reminder there. The result, the state claims, is a teen social media crisis that has led to anxiety, depression, self-harm, and increasing suicides. Ahead of the trial, the state's lawyers cited an internal email in which Malia Andrus, who held child safety-related roles at Meta from August 2017 to August 2024, wrote that creeps targeted 500,000 victims per day in English markets only with sexually inappropriate messages. We expect the true situation is worse, Andrews said in a June 2020 email, according to court records. In another chilling message, Andrews noted that the massive user bases of Facebook and Instagram have effectively handed predators a tool to target kids on a scale that was previously unimaginable. I just think nowhere in the history of humanity could you have had a secret conversation with 1,000 people, she wrote. I'm actually scared of the ramifications here. That is what we'll see in court today. New Mexico's case has been closely watched in part because of the garish details that arose during the probe of Meta's practices. Test accounts set up by state investigators were allegedly bombarded with adult sexual content and outreach from alleged child predators, including pictures and videos of genitalia, and an offer of a 6-figure payment to star in a porn video, the lawsuit claims. You'll notice this. Is anybody, if you've used like Facebook dating, I don't know if anybody's used it. I've used it a few times, not for a while, but oftentimes you're going through people and it has their date, and then in the caption it'll be my age range is probably a little higher than a lot of you, so but it'll be like it'll say they're 40, and then in the comments it'll be I'm actually 23, something like that. It's incredibly easy to dupe Facebook with your age. Ms. Andrus also commented on Meta's failure to adequately invest in child safety, the misleading nature of some of its publicly reported child safety metrics, and the undisclosed immaturity of Instagram's child safety measures, the state's filing said. Elsewhere, internal documents showed that Zuckerberg himself signed off on allowing minors to use Meta's AI chatbot bot companions, even after safety staffers warned that they could be used for romantic or sexualized conversations. Reuters was first to report on those documents. It's a good thing Mark Zuckerberg's been spending all this money on this administration. Might get some help there. We know this administration doesn't give a flying fuck about how you treat children. They're all over the Epstein files. They're hiding the Epstein files while the administration is engulfed in the Epstein files. I got that from Amy. Just a reminder, guys, once again, we are crowdfunded, so anything you can do to help us knock out our gift goal every single day would be greatly appreciated. Of course, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chats are the way to go. What'd you just send me, Jen? Somebody made their own YouTube channel about me at RTP Talks Nonsense. I'll just show you. You fucking weirdo, dude. You guys are goddamn weird. Oh, you got them banned already?
Casey already banned them.
This coward calls Mike Tyson a sex offender. Yet he's angry we are deporting illegal immigrant sex offenders. No, I'm not upset about deporting illegal immigrant sex offenders. I'm pro deporting illegal immigrant sex offenders. So thank you. Yeah, you guys are weird, though. Zane said, new rule, MAGA has to live in one of these detention centers for 1 week if they're still going to support this. I love that rule. They would cry. I'm guessing I know who that was that made that account, by the way, Jen. Remind me after, and I'll send you a message that I got. I'm guessing that's who it is.
I have a couple theories myself. So.
We could discuss them later. All right. let's talk again. Sorry, I shouldn't have had that meta one in between here. That was a bad layout there. It was supposed to be after. But I want to show you this clip from CNBC this morning with Representative, I think it's Brian Steele, talking about a new report, which is horrific. Fun fact, ICE agents commit crimes at a higher rate than immigrants. That's a fun fact. When it comes to any felony charges, ICE agents are more likely to commit these acts of violence than immigrants. Isn't that fun? They're talking about that, though, and Brian Steele has this to say about the masking.
I think the area where we could reach agreement is things in place like body cameras. I think that's a spot where Democrats and Republicans can come to the table, one of the Democratic demands. I think some of the other Democratic demands put at risk and jeopardize the safety of the members of law enforcement who are out there doing an incredibly difficult job.
Would you be like taking off their masks and having a badge that shows who they are?
Well, they're known, obviously, to their supervisors. And I think if we look at what plays out in many South American countries when these individuals are doxxed, often they'll get a video that'll show them or their wife or their children is a pretty clear threat. And so the environment that many of these men and women are in is an incredibly difficult environment.
I think that it's a difficult environment, but there is no other law enforcement agency, no other law enforcement officials in the United States that are allowed to wear masks.
Well, I think what we're seeing is such a threat level against the men and women who are stepping up to do this difficult work that they are being doxxed, that they're being threatened in a lot of these communities. And the answer, if we really step back, is cooperation between local authorities and ICE and jurisdiction.
It's interesting because we're over here on the left. There's a lot of people that don't like police officers. There's a lot of ACAB folks. Shout out to our ACAB folks that are here. Hasn't really been a problem. The doxing stuff hasn't really been a problem. Perhaps it's something else that they dislike about these ICE agents. Perhaps it's the abject cruelty. A lot of us have guessed for a while that these ICE agents are members of right-wing hate groups. We know at least some of them are. We know when we find out the private lives of a lot of these ICE agents, it is alarming. And they can talk about threats to police all they want. Like, don't be a police officer then. If you can't be a police officer in broad daylight without a mask and not piss everybody else off, then perhaps you're not qualified to be an ICE agent or a police officer.
Where we're seeing that take place with Democrat or
that cool guy said, love the content, brother. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Or Republican governors, we don't see the types of challenges that we're seeing take place right now in Minnesota.
Would you be comfortable with police across the country wearing masks all the time?
Again, I think the better approach to this, broadly speaking, is if you have cooperation between local law enforcement and ICE, you don't enter into the scenario that we have.
I understand, but why are we just prosecuting people who do things that are absolutely illegal, that are, putting those police officers in actual danger if they're in fact doing that? And I don't disagree that there are probably circumstances where that's happening, but why don't we prosecute those people aggressively and allow people to, show their face, show their name, show their badge?
Well, what I think you're seeing, right, is
MAGA? No? Why can't we just focus on the criminals? Violent criminals? People with felonies? Why not? Why can't we just do that? That one came through twice. That's another great question, Redwood Dragon. Like, how the hell are we supposed to distinguish them from any other masked person? If somebody shows up to your house, it's not hard to get the type of equipment and uniform that ICE has. So if somebody shows up, what's to stop somebody from kidnapping you? There's no way for you to determine if an ICE agent is legit or not. So what's to stop somebody from pretending to be ICE agents? There's multiple reports of people pretending to be ICE agents trying to kidnap people. How do we stop that? The way that you stop it is you make it so that ICE agents are identifiable. Even if you wanted to leave the masks on, if you actually had name tags, if you had body cam, if you had a way so that when they presented themselves, you knew they were legitimate, but you can't get their name. You can't get their badge number. You have no ability to verify that the people in front of you are actually ICE agents. And when you watch ICE agents on the ground, they don't give a fuck. They just tackle people, arrest them, throw them in the car. If somebody saw that on the streets and they weren't ICE agents and they just grabbed somebody, threw them in a car, they'd be like, oh, there's ICE again. We would never know.
What's occurring in areas where local law enforcement's working with federal agencies, you don't have the challenges that we're identifying that are taking place where local law enforcement, in the case of Minnesota, is pushing back against that cooperation.
Okay, let's.
Now, the last problem that we have is that there is a problem between the way that people are communicating and the way that the public defense of MAGA and the private defense of MAGA's border policies are deportation policies. They're so backwards. And you get somebody on this show like Scott Jennings, where Scott Jennings is going to obviously take the default position to defend everything that happens on the right. And they're going to use fake numbers all the time. And if you are predisposed to believe what this administration's telling you, you won't fact check anything. This is alarming even for Scott Jennings, because Scott Jennings not only does this professionally, but he has a team of people to fact check for him. He has his own radio show. He has an entire team with the ability to fact check the things that he says, and he still shows up every night and just repeats the talking point.
The last thing is, and this is what frustrates me about people saying that all of a sudden Donald Trump's taking a softer tone or whatever it may be, the facts are this. Only 5% of the people that they have deported thus far are violent criminal offenders. 73% of the individuals have no criminal record. You can shake your head. It's from the Cato Institute.
It's false. It's false.
The Cato Institute is false?
The federal government, the Department of Homeland Security, has repeatedly published data showing that 70% of the people that have been deported had other criminal records.
Let's check that. Let's look at their internal data. This is what their internal data says. Now, he said 70%. Let's actually go back to the full claim here, so make sure we're taking in context.
Data showing that 70% has repeatedly published data showing that 70% of the people that have been deported had other criminal records. They have said this on the...
Okay, let's look at this. Less than 14% of ICE arrests involve those accused or convicted of violent crimes. Civil immigration violations only make up 40%. So you couldn't even get to 70% with the civil immigration violations only, right? There's no criminal. There's all other crimes, which these could be just, again, alleged crimes. This could be reckless driving. It could be a speeding ticket over the civil limit. Assault 10%. DWI 7%, dangerous drugs 5%, weapons offenses 1.6%, sexual assault 1.4%, burglary 1.3%, robbery 0.7%, homicide 0.5%. It's clear that the overwhelming majority of these people that they're deporting are not violent criminals. Only 14% are violent criminals, according to their own data. But a lot of people don't even believe this data, like the Cato Institute, who he was citing there earlier. The Cato Institute has polled their own data and their own date ranges, and they've come up with a completely different number. I'll get to that in a second.
The record time and again. I don't know about the Cato Institute, but the government has repeatedly said this.
Hold on a minute. Here's the thing, though. The thing is that you take whatever the DHS says as truth, as the Bible.
Like he just did. 70% was his number. He said they have published data that it's 70%. That's not. Even if you take everything outside of civil convictions, it's 60%.
Publish the list.
Okay, yes, but that doesn't mean anything, Scott. These are the same people who told us that the people they had sent to that hellhole in El Salvador were the worst and the worst. They were gang members. And when independent journalists found out their names, which they did not release, and went through the records and the names, most of the people that were sent to El Salvador were not Tren de Aragua, were not gang members, and did not have violent records. These are the same people who lie constantly. These are the same people who said that a Cuban man who just died in ICE detention committed suicide when the medical...
Let me pull the graph back up. What did you want to see at the graph? Let me pull this back up. It said criminal, that 70% had criminal violations. if 40% have civil only, not criminal, then the most you could have there is 60.2%. Not 70%. You can't get to 70% if 39.8% only have civil immigration violations. Good on that?
Medical examiner in Texas is saying, ruled it a homicide. They lie time and time again. And you come here and you repeat the lies.
Just today, 4,000 people, they put out the list, in Minnesota have been taken off the streets. Criminals, violent, rapists, murderers, pedophiles, people who've done very, very bad things. They're not.
Yes, and who arrested those people? Not ICE. The list that they put out that he's referencing are people that are inside of prison facilities already, that regular police have arrested, that also have questionable legal status. And those people have been turned over to ICE. So it wasn't even ICE that caught them. These are people that were already in prison. That's the list that they released. So ICE isn't getting these people. They're not tracking down bad guys. They're out there in neighborhoods targeting kids, working class people. They're not out there going after dangerous people. They're too chicken shit to do any of that. It's not true. You guys just say shit. Provide some counter evidence ever. By the way, just a reminder to any of you MAGA folks that are here, you can come up here and challenge any of these at any time. But I have this sneaking suspicion that none of you know this data and none of you can challenge this. And it makes you feel like good in the chat to be like, this is a lie. You'll just dismiss it as a lie. But do you have any counter evidence that you could show me? Beta is spelled with an E, Coachman. You're saying Bata Boy. Bata Boy. Beta is B-E-T-A. But that's that red state education for you. I can't, not surprised there. All right, let's move on from that. I do want to talk a little bit, just to be a dick, about the halftime show yesterday, the hysterics of MAGA that Bad Bunny was going to perform at the halftime show made me happy all week. Now, I'm not a fan of Bad Bunny's music because I'm 40 and my music hasn't like changed. My taste hasn't. So I didn't even know any of those songs. I didn't even think I would enjoy it. But aesthetically and the storyline that they were telling was actually really fucking cool. I really actually enjoyed the halftime show, and I didn't think that I would. I had no idea what the fuck they were saying, but I did like the music. However, this is one of my favorite people that I follow on Twitter, Decoding Fox News, and she did a 2-minute and 20-second breakdown of the Turning Point USA halftime show, and I'll let you enjoy.
This is the Turning Point USA halftime show, broken down into 2 minutes. I've removed the music due to copyright reasons. The show opened with a conspiracy theorist saying a few words. Right off the top, there were some audio problems with underwhelming, out-of-sync pyrotechnics, while the guitarist from Brantley Gilbert's band played the national anthem on electric guitar. Gilbert then performed the song Real American with fire, 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 and lots of fire. Second song was sort of a ballad. It included rap sections, guitar solos, and some spoken word. Then Gabby Barrett came out in a beautiful blue suit with flowing blonde hair. She had a lovely voice, but the audio production was so poor that most of what she sang was incomprehensible. Sing in English already! Moving on to Lee Brice with the lyric, "We're up when the rooster crows, we clock in when the whistle blows," in a song that was about being blue collar, not alcoholism. How dare you think such a thing about a song called Drinking Class? The next song was about a truck, a gun, some boots, cutting grass, and his declaration that transgender folks don't exist. Third song, He's Hard to Love, alcohol, and He's Hard to Love. We then move on to The Big Show, Kid Rock, lights, lights, and more lights. He wore his good shorts for this one. He opened with a hit from 1999 that mentioned beepers, crackheads, methadone clinics, hookers, crystal meth, and topless dancers. Perfect lyrics for a Turning Point USA event. Either Kid Rock forgot the lyrics to his own song, or the audio was not synced correctly. It was hard to tell. Blackout. Lights come up on a pirate cello player and an even down violinist. They played an instrumental number. The next introduction.
Also, that instrumental number had a cellist and a violinist. And I actually sent this to my mom this morning because I want to know. So my mom is a professional musician, the mother that raised me. She's a professional musician. She was a professional educator. She taught at a university. She taught music education. And then she also taught middle school and high school, like band and orchestra for decades. And I said, is it just me or is what they're playing not lining up with the music? I played the violin for 12 years. I was required to learn the Suzuki method, if any of you know what that is. And I couldn't quit playing the violin until I finished the Suzuki method. So I got it done in 12 years. That was a rule in my house. We had to play instruments. And I was like, this doesn't sound right. So I sent it to my mom, and she's like, yeah. She's like, some of it matches up, but there's extra instruments in there. And that's what you know about this whole show. Like, they were just piping in shit that was extra. Kid Rock was not singing. Kid Rock lip synced that entire time, multiple times. I mean, the mic's down and he's just looking around, and the lyrics are still going. It was pathetic.
Robert Ritchie, a.k.a. Kid Rock wearing pants. His country ballad included a spoken word section about greasy parts. Kid Rock with pants talked about Bible and Jesus. The same man once wrote the lyrics, young ladies, I like 'em underage. See, some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory.
Once again, MAGA, home of the pedophiles. If you are a famous pedophile and you don't like the backlash that you're getting for being a famous pedophile, might I interest you in joining MAGA, where you just put a cross around your neck and say that you love Donald Trump, and no longer will anybody in their ranks give a flying fuck about you abusing children. It's a terrific way to cover up for your crimes, and MAGA is the stomping grounds of the most famous pedophiles on earth and sex criminals, just full of sex criminals.
The Turning Point USA production was 35 minutes long, which was nearly 3 times longer than Bad Bunny's performance. That's some crazy math.
We love our ARE Trump and love our beer, ARE beer, on Ice Ice Baby. Jesus Christ. God help us. I hope this is why people in other countries say we're fucking dumb. They read shit like this in the comments, and they're like, what the fuck? Why are all Americans dumb? No, we're not. It's the red state ones. It's the people that still put on Trump gear every day. You can't be an intelligent person and be a Trump supporter at this point. Unless, perhaps, you're also a sex criminal and you just like the protection. Then you can be like one of those intelligent pedophiles who recognize that if you become MAGA, there's some protection there. This was on not NPR, excuse me, C-SPAN this morning, and I really liked this. A MAGA caller calling into C-SPAN.
Alan, Fort Pierce, Florida, Republican, you're on the air.
Well, thanks for having me on. It was a fantastic halftime show. I can't believe they put that together with so much dancing and music and
also the people were the trees were people. That was so cool.
And the musical stars, Lady Gaga and Ricky Martin. The most important thing that I don't think most people understand is Puerto Ricans are Americans. Puerto Ricans are Americans. They are part of this country and have been for over 100 years. And that's part of having this territory, this Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, is they are Americans. And a lot of
this did highlight a lot of Americans' lack of knowledge when it came to Puerto Rico, as MAGA ran to Twitter to call all of these Puerto Ricans illegal immigrants. Just a reminder that you can't really be an illegal immigrant when you have citizenship. It's kind of tough. But MAGA didn't care. Jake Paul sure as shit didn't care. He lives in Puerto Rico. You didn't know that.
People don't even know that Puerto Rico provides a huge percentage per capita of people to the U.S. military service. So how dare anybody bash the halftime show being from in Spanish or from someone from Puerto Rico? We need to come together and embrace what is part of America. Thank you.
Also, it's pretty crazy that both Pedro Pascal and Ronald Acuna were in the halftime show, and it was so good that nobody even noticed. Like almost nobody noticed that they were there.
And Alan, I'm curious, since you're a Republican, were you curious about the alternate halftime show? Did you want to take a look at that at all?
I flipped to it for about 10 or 15 seconds, and all it was song.
Every woman in the room noticed Pedro. That's probably true.
Some song that was
Jessica Alba was there? I didn't see Jessica Alba. All right, what? Never mind. I missed everybody. That's how good it was. Honestly, like it was so good. The production was incredible. The transitions between songs and between stages, it was the best. Like it was the most artistically beautiful show we've seen in a long time. Ironically enough, last year, my MAGA friends said the same thing about the Super Bowl, is that they couldn't understand it, but that was just because they were rappers and they couldn't understand the words from rappers. It's a theme with MAGA. They've been doing this for years. Just boycott the Super Bowl and call it political because they don't like Trump. There's two groups of people in the world, MAGA and people who don't like Trump. There's not like in between groups. You're either MAGA and you deep throat his cock, you throat his cock for a hobby, or you don't like Donald Trump. Those are the only two groups in the world. So the fact that like a performer wouldn't be pro-Trump isn't surprising. Also, no pro-Trump performers are any good, which is why your headliner was Kid Rock lip syncing and three people that nobody ever fucking heard of. That's what, like, you just can't find good performers who want to go out there who are going to be pro-Trump.
trying to rile up the MAGA base. And remember, not all Republicans are MAGA, or not all Republicans support Donald Trump.
No, we have common sense and we aren't brainwashed. Yeah, for sure. For sure you have common sense. That's why you guys all called Bad Bunny an illegal immigrant, because of common sense, and you're totally not brainwashed. That's why you pretended that Kid Rock as the headliner was going to go really well, and that everybody was going to be super interested in that. I honestly, like, to be 100% honest, I don't fucking care about the politics of the Super Bowl halftime show. I fully intended to watch the Turning Point USA one and have two screens on, but I was locked in. I was locked into Bad Bunny. It was so much better than I thought it was going to be, and then I was like, yeah, I've seen Kid Rock lip sync before. I never even wound up watching it. Here's Fox. Remember, I told you this would happen. Benny Johnson did this. Benny Johnson had one of the weirdest. I actually should pull it up while this is going. I'll find it. But I told you that they would come out and they would claim that they were far more popular than the Super Bowl halftime show. Let me find Benny Johnson while this is a short one. But here's what Fox News had to say.
Alternative halftime performance, the show drawing in more than 10 million live viewers and more than 25 million views on social media platforms. The Turning Point team also dedicated those performances to the life of Charlie Kirk. Alternative halftime performance.
And then here was Benny Johnson. American. I can tell you this. I am not cool. I don't pretend to be cool. But me and Benny Johnson are about the same age. And people my age should not use the word mogged. We shouldn't use that. Benny Johnson's going to. Love the transitions here by Benny. But here's what Benny had to say.
Turning Point USA mogged the NFL in their competing halftime shows tonight, and it wasn't even close. And here's why. The NFL...
I don't really... Mogged is just like outshine, like to outshine somebody. Like... It wasn't close. He is right about that. But no, goddamn, your hair is getting tall as shit, man.
Is an American football league. It's called the National Football League, not the World Football League. There's no World Cup for football. It's a uniquely American sport. Our national language.
Why does he have the music behind this?
Is English. Do you speak it? And the NFL did not tonight. They had a.
They're so mad. They're so mad about Spanish. They get so upset about Spanish. He's not really mad, by the way. This is all performative. He just knows that you guys are racist losers, and that if he talks about not speaking Spanish, that you guys will get mad. And you know what? I take that back. I don't even know that like it boils down to you being racist. I think that you just don't like not understanding shit, and you're used to that. And that's basically what being a conservative is. It's just being upset about things that you don't understand. Like, I don't believe in climate change. Yeah, of course you don't, because you don't fucking understand science. Trans people, that's not real. There's only two genders. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course you're mad about something that you don't understand. Right? Like progressive tax systems. We could get rid of taxation stuff. Let's do a flat tax. Yeah, of course you don't understand. That's why you're mad. Most of the stuff that you're upset about is just shit you don't understand, and it upsets you that other people do. But since you don't understand it, you write it off as like, oh, this must be evil. It must be a conspiracy. And Benny Johnson knows. He knows who he's talking to. But
Press 1 for English, a pretty much commercial for mass deportations as they brought in Bad Bunny, who didn't sing a single song in English.
Oh no! It was only Spanish. What will we ever do?
Had a creatively bankrupt performance. It was woke. It was cringe.
What was woke about his performance? Can you explain to me what was woke about this? Is it because I noticed there were two guys that were dancing seductively with each other? Maybe that was the woke part? Was it the fact that there were Hispanic people? What was so woke about this?
It was hard to watch. It was derivative.
Derivative of what? MAGA. MAGA, what the fuck does derivative mean? Look it up. Tell me what derivative means. I promise none of you know what derivative means. Can you explain it? Look in here. Like who? All right. Derivative, he's kind of calling this like a copycat. Right, yeah. And when you talk about somebody's art as being derivative, you're meaning like you kind of took somebody else's work and you copied it. Who else did this halftime show? I don't know if Benny Johnson knows the word that he's using there.
It was preachy.
Tell me one thing about the show besides that it was pretty. Well, I don't think I said that it was pretty. I liked when he gave his Grammy to that kid that ICE had detained. Again, like I said, I have no idea what he was even saying in the music, but I already explained this. I liked the transitions. I liked how he was able to move. Like I think it was this one where he like dropped through the ceiling. That was pretty cool. I liked that he was there was I think in the first song things that I would recognize from being in Puerto Rico. The way that they had like these little bodegas and they had like street vendors, food vendors. I liked it. It had like a really authentic feel to what I have seen when I'm in Puerto Rico. I've only been there a few times. I don't know a great deal about Puerto Rico, but like to me, I just thought it was cool. There was clearly culture there, and maybe a culture that I'm not familiar with. But not only was there culture present, that it was a big party. I thought it didn't come off as like scripted, choreographed in the way that you usually see with these shows. I would say last year was the first one I ever saw where it was like, this is cool. This was like culture. But that was Kendrick, right? Last year was Kendrick. And then I think the year before that was Dre, Snoop Dogg. And I just liked it. It showed a different culture, and it made people really, really happy. I had Puerto Rican friends that I talked to yesterday. One of them I didn't know was Puerto Rican, honestly. It was like, that meant so much to me and my family. That was cool. Like, it accurately reflected our culture. I thought that was really cool. I enjoyed that. I mean, what was I supposed to be impressed with the MAGA one? Oh, pyrotechnics and a stage? Neat. Yeah, we've seen that. That's every Turning Point USA event. That's Charlie Kirk's funeral. What was the difference between MAGA's show and Charlie Kirk's funeral? Not a lot, except for nobody was fake crying. What's up, Jen? Jen? Were you jumping in?
Sorry. Fun fact, that wasn't Liam.
Oh, that's not who I thought it was. So.
The kid that was detained?
Oh, it wasn't? Oh,
No.
I saw that on Twitter this morning. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, it's I looked into it last night. It was so here. I looked this up last night. It was.
I didn't get it at the time. I thought it was just like a little kid. In fact, I thought it was representing. When I watched it at the time, I actually thought that was representing Bad Bunny as a kid, like giving himself his Grammy. That's what I thought it was. And then I saw on Twitter that it was Liam.
Yeah, no, that was going around, but it wasn't actually him.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah, I don't know what it represented. Anyways, it was cool. Alicia said, this is the funniest video of a woman who gave a quick rendition of the alternative show with songs different than the one you shared. So funny. Did you send a link there? Maybe you sent it to Jen. Send that to Jen if you have that. And just a reminder, we are crowdfunded here. So if you can help us knock out that gift goal through Super Chats or Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, that'd be greatly appreciated.
There's all the things you don't want your performance to be. Most importantly, and most devastatingly enough for the NFL, there's not a single banger. There's not a single song that anybody could sing at home.
Wait, you couldn't. I couldn't, but a lot of people could. How many Grammys does he have?
Because the vast majority of the NFL fans don't speak Spanish. And the vast majority of the customers for the NFL want to listen to music that makes them feel good.
Shut the fuck up, Betty Johnson. Anyways, I just thought that was funny. Put out this hype. We mogged them. Well, you didn't. The numbers weren't really even close. It looks to me like they botted the hell out of this stream. Here is this the one? Oh no, that's the Fox News one. Let me pull this one. Here's their actual stream here on YouTube, and here's why it looks like it's botted. Oh, excuse me. 19 million views, 821,000 likes, 44,000 comments. When you compare that, and these have actually changed a lot. I think when I put this on the outline, we were at like 13 million or something, but that was like 5 a.m. this morning. So obviously those numbers are going up. Here is Apple's, just Apple's.
The National Football League welcome
stream, 22 million views. Actually, this was lower. There were less views on this. As of this morning, Turning Point USA had less or more views. But we're at 22 versus 19. You can see 1.6 million likes versus 821,000 likes. Double the likes with only 300,000 more. And then we have 92,000 comments versus, again, 44,000 comments there. They almost certainly botted some views there. And if they didn't bot the views, then their engagement rate just isn't very good, especially compared to Bad Bunny. So more views for Bad Bunny, better engagement rate. It doesn't look like it was botted. Plus, that doesn't include the numbers from television, which was like 100 million. Where's that in there? Let me move something real quick. Well, let me do this. Some of the ads that I liked, this was pretty cool. Or before, no, this is before the ad. This was in Las Vegas. Somebody paid for a billboard. That was pretty cool. I liked that. Just a reminder that MAGA is protecting pedophiles right now by not releasing the Epstein files, refusing to have any sort of transparency into the Epstein files, redacting the fuck out of the Epstein files. And we're going to get into the Epstein files a little bit later today because I was reading an article and then I just started like cross-referencing people in the article and I would just like search them in the Epstein files, and then you wind up realizing that. And that's the title of today's show. We'll get to it. But the Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein himself was very involved in the attempts to fight against the narrative that Russia had interfered in the 2016 election with Donald Trump. And you'll see like the communications of prominent members of the Trump team and people who were working with Trump to try and paint that as a hoax. That Russian collusion hoax, Epstein was involved in that too. And not the it's a hoax, in convincing you dummies that it was a hoax. Let's see. Is this Fox? Here was more anger from Fox News, and we're gonna hear it over and over again. This is, what is it, Steve Rosenberg? Once again, just MAGA very upset that they don't understand Spanish. And also, can we lay off the TRT for a second? We don't need your face to look like this all the time. You look like a nut that's about to blow.
Truly, it was a bad football game, and when you couple that with Bad Bunny, who may have been the worst halftime show, not one word of English, one word of English, one word. You combine the halftime show and the football game, I think Clay would agree. He's a great sports guy, too. What a waste of 3 hours.
Right. Clay, yeah, Bad Bunny, I didn't get one word. I took German in high school. So
I watched it with my dad. He said he's 81. He said, hey, this is the worst football game top to bottom ever. So, Super Bowl. So I think he was right on that one.
Tough. Sorry that you guys don't understand Spanish. I'm so sorry. Somebody said, I'm embarrassed how racist our country is. It's just small-minded shit. Like, I've said it before, but racism is just like being small-minded. It's just refusing to acknowledge that there are people that think different than you, that have different culture than you, that look different than you. And that racism always just stems from fear of the unknown. Same reason that MAGA is against science. Same reason that MAGA is against doctors. Same reason that MAGA doesn't like math. It's just these things are afraid of them. Same reason MAGA is against female orgasm. These are just all things that they don't understand and are against. This guy made me laugh because this is a cell phone, and I like this. This is the band beard. Every fucking MAGA content creator has to be some sort of victim. That's like, just show up and be a victim every day. I'm banned. I am the beard who is banned, with a real lukewarm take here, but a self-report on why it is that they thought this halftime show was political. There was nothing overtly political about that halftime show. Nothing. The only thing political, like I said before, is that Bad Bunny doesn't like Trump. And if you don't like Trump, they're like, that must be political. Therefore, you can't be the performer. But this made me laugh.
I think for the first time.
Thank you, Irene, for the super chat. Gracie said, I'm disappointed by the lack of owls at your Super Bowl party. Stop. Thank you.
Time ever, I find myself not going to watch the Super Bowl this year.
I don't want to watch the football because they're not going to speak the English in the Super Bowl halftime show. And they made everything so political that I can't watch the Super Bowl this year.
Shame, because I absolutely love football. But I find myself looking at the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, and I haven't heard anybody talk about football. I haven't heard anybody talk about the game. The NFL appears to have been sold out, in which they put...
Yeah, bro, your fucking algorithm wasn't talking about the game. Your algorithm was doing nothing but talking about Bad Bunny. Mine wasn't. Occasionally you see like, I'm really excited for Bad Bunny. I love Bad Bunny. My algorithm was showing me all sorts of stuff about the Super Bowl. I learned all sorts of stuff about Sam Darnold and Drake May this weekend. I learned about the Gay for May people, the Gay for May Patriots supporters. I learned a lot about the Patriots. I learned a lot about Vrabel this week. I learned a ton about both of these teams this weekend and this week. But your algorithm just showed you people upset about Bad Bunny.
Political beliefs, political ideologies ahead of the game that's supposed to be non-political.
That's what he's doing right here. He's putting his own political ideologies ahead of the game. So now he's not going to watch the game because he saw people on his timeline talking about Bad Bunny. Gremlin said, you do know you support the One America idea when you support Bad Bunny. Look into it, and if you're still okay with what you're doing, exactly what you attack the right for. The One America idea? What is that? One America refers to two distinct entities focusing on unity and empowerment. The One America movement is a nonprofit focused on overcoming toxic polarization by bridging differences in communities, while One America Washington State is a grassroots organization advancing democracy, justice, and immigration rights. The goal of the National One America movement is healing societal divides by bringing people together across political, faith, and cultural lines, emphasizing shared commonalities. And what was your comment again? The One America idea: when you support Bad Bunny, if I'm okay with what I'm doing, exactly what you attack the right for. What are you talking about? I'm just making fun of people who couldn't watch the Super Bowl. It's not that deep. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about, honestly. If you can't watch the Super Bowl because somebody speaks Spanish, I'm going to make fun of you.
Things that we used to be able to go to and watch and get away from the everyday, mundane bullshit things that we go through in life, to get away from the politics, to get away from all of the nonsense. But yet here they have put it front and center in the NFL. Having Green Day, having
No, not Green Day.
Bad Bunny,
No.
having Brandy Carlisle, all involved, all anti-Trump, push their agenda, political performance.
What's their agenda? They just don't like Trump. You guys are so soft. There's nothing softer than you guys. Just a reminder, actually. Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. Yeah, Bowsy, I'm with you. This guy 100% was mad about Kaepernick too, for sure. He's making it political.
Performing and taking over the Super Bowl. If that's the Super Bowl y'all want, you can have it.
Okay.
I am not interested in it.
Okay.
I cannot wait till the day we ever get back to not having to inject politics in every fucking aspect of our lives.
Perhaps don't inject politics into every aspect of your life then. Perhaps just enjoy the music and shut the fuck up.
And let people just unwind and relax and watch a good fucking football game.
I can't relax when they're screaming the Spanish at me. I can't relax when I see people gyrating on beat. Did you see how many of those woke motherfuckers were on the beat while they were dancing? That infuriates me. Whatever happened to keeping your feet planted and swaying side to side while tapping your hands on your lap or perhaps a surface that is in front of you? I do not like it when they dance on beat. That makes me angry. How do they even do that? How do they get their body to move with the beat? That is woke. I will not watch that. Yeah. Betty loves the cheerleaders. They got the pom-pom. If you're going to dance, you do it to Bruce Springsteen with pom-poms. Pretty tough, guys. Pretty tough out there. You're going to make it. I don't know much about this, but this is famous streamer XQC watching it. And I'm not saying anything about this because I don't really know how any of this botting shit works. But somebody who does know how botting works and somebody who gets millions and millions of followers, I don't know how many, he's one of the biggest YouTubers on earth, had this to say.
Yo, is the chat frozen? I don't get it. Live chat. It's not loading yet.
I just want to catch my fish.
What the fuck? That's the start of a song. Listen, I don't have a problem with country music. I grew up on country music, right? I was a big Garth Brooks fan. He might be a serial killer if you've never looked into that. Garth and he, looking back on like some of my favorite Garth Brooks songs were wild. Like he sang about like getting sexually assaulted by an older lady. Like, well, it's one of his songs. Another one about this dude who like his wife leaves him, so he like runs his semi truck through their house and kills them. Anyways, I'm not trying to necessarily disrespect country music. I think there's some good artists, but like that's just so on brand.
Fish, drive my truck, drink my beer.
That's where I heard it. Yeah, it was Tom Segura. That's where I heard it. S. Papas. It was in my headphones just autoplay a lot of times when I'm at the gym or when I go golfing. I just let them play on YouTube. It was that, and I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, there's some alarming stuff with Garth Brooks where like he moves into a place and then the murder rate goes, like all of a sudden a bunch of people go missing. It's pretty crazy.
Guys, hello?
This chat not moving.
Hello?
What are these? I want to see these. We are Diego Robles. Don't know who that is. God bless the USA. 100 times better than Bad Bunny could ever be. Meh. Are these songs Christian? So many snowflakes in here. It's a blizzard. This should be in the stadium. One nation under God. Best halftime show ever. R.I.P. Charlie. You got to get that. Got to get the obligatory R.I.P. Charlie.
Yo, is the chat frozen?
All right. Look, I mean, they thought, people who do this thought it was botted. Again, I don't know a great deal about that stuff, but anyways. I will admit, I tuned in for like a second on my phone and I turned it off. And I wish I wouldn't have turned it off because it appears that I missed the best part. And there was some rhythm in the Turning Point USA concert. And I wanted to show you guys this. There was some good dancing. So I guess, I don't know if you guys caught that part, but we missed that one. That was a pretty cool part there. The opener, like Kid Rock, whatever you want to say about Kid Rock. I know he's lip syncing, but his choreography and his ability to get the crowd worked up in a frenzy, incredible. Check this out from Kid Rock. He was awesome. I mean, how do you not get fired up? Also, can we point out that while they complained about not speaking English, they stood and danced to ball with the ball, da dang, diggy, 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 second boogie, turn up, drop the boogie. Those aren't even fucking words. At least at least Spanish, those are real words. You can figure out what the fuck is ball with the ball, da dang, diddy, diddy. Ooh, diddy. Ooh, diddy's in there. But they didn't get mad at that. Nobody was upset about that. Anyways, Kid Rock, what a fucking show. And then this was my favorite part. This is the last one. Someone took a video at Mar-a-Lago for the Super Bowl party. And what were they watching at Mar-a-Lago there? Whoops. 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 Oh, they didn't even turn on the TP USA one? They watched Bad Bunny at Mar-a-Lago? Aw, they knew. Everybody knew. Nobody wants to watch Kid Rock lip sync. Nobody's interested in that. By the way, there was a MAGA event, like a MAGA concert series that Kid Rock was putting together. They've now canceled it because they can't find artists to come and perform. And the ones that did sign on who are like MAGA, it got too embarrassing, so they're all dropping out now. And now that concert series isn't going to happen. So yeah, Creed backed out. So sorry about that, guys. It was a cool show that you put on, though. You did really, really good stuff. Let's see. Dolphin, thank you. That was said I normally let's see. I normally drop $50 gift, so I figured I'd get all of it now. Please look up the significance of the jersey with the number 64 he was wearing. So many meanings. All right, let's look that up. What is the... And thank you. That was very generous. What was the significance? Wow, nice spelling by me. Significane, I said. Missed a C in there. The 64 jersey Bad Bunny wore was a family tribute. The number honored his late uncle who played football wearing 64, and Ocasio on the back referenced Bad Bunny's surname Martinez. Was there anything else behind? Here we go. I think this is probably what we're looking for. He include where's the 64 jersey part? Let's see. There it is. Bad Bunny was wearing an all-white Zara look with a jersey on top featuring the number 64. Viewers might not have understood the choice, but Complex learned that the musical artist was honoring his late uncle who wore the number when he played football. As he sang, the number 64 is clearly visible to fans and family watching everywhere. Let's see what that Complex maybe has more of that. Puerto Rican superstars, much anticipated, said on Sunday, placed him in rare company. No doubt aware of the gravity of the moment, Bad Bunny made sure to tuck in a timely message during one of his Grammy acceptance speech. No, not that. I don't see it in here. Did I get that all? The 64? That's pretty cool, though. I didn't even think about that. TPUSA ratings were better? No. No, they weren't. They weren't. What are you talking about? The Super Bowl's had like 170 million viewers, and even on YouTube, I just showed you, the numbers are higher for the Super Bowl. And remember when we told you on Friday, this is what conservatives would do. A bunch of their content creators would come out and tell all these dipshits that the ratings were better for Turning Point USA, and without doing any research, people would show up in this chat and just repeat it. We knew exactly what you guys would do. 4 million viewers, according to Parnas on TPU. Yeah, that's live viewership. I think they said it got up to 5 million, but yeah, it's nowhere close to the live viewership of the Super Bowl. Not even remotely close. Pink, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Sean said Lara Trump would have bumped that show way up. What happened to Lara Trump? She didn't want to perform. Curious Red Monster said Gaga sang an entire song exclusively in English. I couldn't hear her mic very well. I didn't have my surround sound on. And Grandma said, oh, I read that one. Got that. What is this? This is alongside a major interstate in Birmingham, Alabama. Epstein files 38,000 times. I love that. That's beautiful. I don't know Gaga's music very well either, so I don't even know what song that was. I'm not cool when it comes to music, but let's jump into the Epstein files. And first, I want to go overseas to the LBC, and we showed a video.
Notson's Republican commentator
from them last week, and here we are again. Because what I want to show is the difference between how other countries are handling the Epstein files and how we're handling them here. We are handling them with kid gloves. Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, right-wing media is not handling them at all. They're just ignoring it like it doesn't matter at all. But you go overseas here in Britain, and you'll see what real journalism looks like.
Founder of Notson Advisors. She joins us now in the studio. Nora, thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Could you just explain? I mean, there are people, and I've spoken to quite a few this week, who've asked me exactly this question. These Epstein files are shaking our politics, and they're a big story in America. But it doesn't seem that there are so many people.
I missed that. What did Brandy do? I don't remember. Brandy. Who's Brandy? I don't know.
People paying a political price.
Well, if we think about the way Trump ran his campaign in 2024, and when he was asked about the Epstein files, he said he was pro releasing the files. And we know Trump is not somebody that's a pure man. He's never run on that sort of platform. And Trump himself is anti-establishment, anti the elite. So this whole exposure.
It's such a crazy thing to say about Trump. I don't remember who we were talking to the other day when we did debates the other night, but somebody saying that like he's like anti-elite. Donald Trump is the most deep state elitism president we've ever had. He is establishment to the core.
Of the Epstein files and the lengths that it goes to for the people involved in high power, whether it's in banking, private equity, entertainment world, or within politics itself, people that were high up in Clinton's administration being involved. This plays into Trump's whole narrative of anti the establishment and trying to get to the rot of it all.
But Trump's in the files repeatedly.
Yeah, but let's be clear. There are separate issues here.
There's all these people in the files and Trump. Yeah, but that's different. It's different because we don't take it seriously when it's Trump.
There are people who had a relationship with Epstein.
Trump.
Nothing that was criminal. And then there are people who were involved in passing sensitive information so he could trade off of it. And there were people involved in sexual misconduct.
But Trump's relationship with Epstein does rather imply that he's part of that establishment that he decries.
Actually, if you look at Trump's relationship, it ended in about 2004. And Epstein...
But he's part of that world.
No, not 2004. We'll show some emails here. Epstein was still very much in touch with the Trumps long after 2004.
He is not part of the sexual misconduct. So there are a lot of people who are part.
Well, except for only if you've decided to believe everything in the Epstein files, except for the part about Trump, in which case Trump's very much involved in the sexual exploitation and abuse.
Part of the elite world of wealth and power.
No, but it's the rot that's within a lot of these institutions. And Trump's platform was tried to restore the public trust in institutions.
Although Trump is saying he wants to move on. He thinks everybody should move on from the Epstein files.
Nothing says we want to restore the public trust. Like, if you vote to release the Epstein files, we will consider that a hostile act. Nothing could possibly. Telling MAGA not to vote for them, telling everybody to move on, threatening anybody who voted to release them. Nothing says transparency like threatening people not to release the files. And then when it is time to release the files, only releasing them partially with redacted versions and now saying, you've seen enough, we're not giving you any more.
Everybody's going to move on because I think what's really crucial here is the public trust. And it's what are our principles and values and when will there be justice for the victims? And if it took so long for this to come to light, I ask, how many other Epsteins are there out there controlling our politicians and people?
Good question, and we'll get to that.
In high power.
Well, it's interesting, though, you mentioned the victims. I mean, when asked this week by CNN's Caitlin Collins what the president had to say to the survivors and victims of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse, Donald Trump responded by asking her why she doesn't smile more and attacked her for her ratings. What do you think that says about the president's attitude to sexual violence?
I think that was a tactless response, but I think what you're seeing within America on both Republican side and Democratic side is people want answers.
It's so fucking pathetic. It is so pathetic. Well, the thing is what I took from Donald Trump telling her to smile more is that everybody really wants answers. Huh? That's what you took from it? How did you come to that conclusion? How did that happen? You mean you don't want to address it, so you're just going to do both sides shit?
No, Trump's style is not palatable
okay, though, is it?
For a lot of people. And I agree with you. It's a very tactless response.
I mean, it's not just tactless, is it? It's profoundly offensive. If you were listening to, if you were one of those...
I would say it's tactless, but it's tactical. It's meant to not answer the question. The reason he responded that way was to divert attention from him and put the attention on her, and he lashed out at her. That it was tactical.
Victims watching that, you'd be looking at him and going, my president, when asked explicitly what he has to say to me, started to talk about why a woman didn't smile more and why her
There you go, tactically tactless. Yeah, there you go, Cloud Cheeto.
Ratings weren't better.
Well, clearly he didn't want to discuss that there. As we know in the U.S., a lot plays out in the press, and he actually approved the Transparency Act for all the files to be released.
If our prime minister did that, he'd be...
After threatening everybody not to vote for it, right? After they voted and forced him to sign it. This revisionist history of Donald Trump is pathetic on levels I've never seen before. Like, this is getting caught in a lie and then denying it for a year straight and then finally coming clean like, you got me, and everybody's like, that's what I love about them. They're transparent. They're so transparent. No, he doesn't get credit for signing. He had no fucking choice. If he vetoed the Epstein files, it was going back to Congress where it passed unanimously, basically. I think one vote for not releasing it. They would have overridden it. It was like, there was no way. There was no way for him to veto that. He had no choice but to sign it. Did you notice Donald Trump, when he signs something that he really likes, he does these little signing parties. He lines up everybody behind him. He puts his dumbass, big-ass Sharpie signature on it and holds it up for the world to see. Did we have a signing ceremony for that? No, we didn't do that. He does not get credit for transparency.
Out that day, because it would be so grossly offensive.
And I understand that. But I think what's even more concerning is that our prime minister here, knowing that there was a relationship between Mandelson and Epstein after he was convicted of
That's more
in case you're wondering, so Keir Starmer hired some, I don't remember what his role was, but a guy named Mandelson. And it's come out, they knew that Mandelson had some connection to Epstein before he got that job. If anybody in the chat remembers what his role was, let me know. But they knew about it, and they say that they investigated it. And now it's coming out that there's stuff that was publicly available that they should have known at the time, and certainly stuff now. And Keir Starmer is basically saying, oh, I didn't know. I didn't know. But he had business relationships with Epstein, and there was some questionable stuff too. What she is saying is that what she finds more troubling is that Keir Starmer didn't do proper vetting, or if he did do proper vetting, he didn't really care that this person was connected to Epstein. And somehow that is more alarming than the president actually being accused of doing crimes with Epstein. This is how broken their fucking brains are. The mere somebody who hired somebody who was friends with Epstein is more alarming than Donald Trump being accused of doing crimes with Epstein. That's the MAGA brain and the level of brokenness we're at now.
Wait, that's more concerning than Trump having a relationship over many years with Jeffrey Epstein.
Trump was not involved in any sexual misconduct that we know of with anybody.
Nor was Keir Starmer, nor was Peter Mandelson.
But he was accused of that in the Epstein files. I was listening to a Zateo interview yesterday, and I don't know why journalists are saying this. Everything that you think somebody was accused of doing in the Epstein files is also what Trump is accused of. And it is alarming to watch the media take these stories about different people who abused children in the Epstein files and go, they should be investigated. And then when it's Trump, they're like, well, you know, he's not accused, like, nobody's accusing him of anything. The fuck are you talking about? He's accused multiple times of abusing children in the Epstein files. If you want to say that you don't believe it because you don't have the evidence, well, then you also can't believe all the other ones. You can't be outraged about what's in the Epstein files and not outright outraged about what's said about Trump in the Epstein files. And it is remarkable to watch our media do this. And it's in America, it's all like, it's CNN, it's MSNBC. No established media organization is going after Trump, but they're willing to go after everybody else that are in these files, which is bizarre.
As far as we know.
Peter Mandelson was involved in defying the Secrecy Act, in giving insider information. I used to work on the trading floor. I'd go straight to jail if I traded on inside information. That's a crime.
Well, we should be careful because at the moment...
No, I know. He's not accused of anything, but if that happened, that raises huge concerns about not only the judgment...
Alyssa says, pitchforks now. Thank you, Alyssa. Just a reminder, we are crowdfunding, guys. If you want to help us knock out our gift goal that keeps the lights on every single day, that'd be greatly appreciated. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and Super Chats are the way to go.
Keir Starmer, but other people around.
But you're saying it's worse that Keir Starmer appointed a guy who had a relationship with Epstein than it is for Donald Trump, who had a relationship with Epstein for years and years.
He appointed...
We can't seriously be saying that Keir Starmer is in a worse position than Donald Trump over this short...
That's not what I'm saying. I think that's what you're saying. What I'm saying is...
No, that's exactly what she just said. That's exactly what she just said, is that it was more concerning that Keir Starmer hired somebody than it was that Donald Trump is in the files. Tanya said, what did the clock ask the watch? How are you doing? Thank you. Jen said curling was also lit last night. I forgot the Olympics are going on. Shout out curling.
I understand that the way the UK responds to scandal is very different from the way the US
responds to scandal. Yeah, well, we do respond. But your party, the Republican Party, has decided to basically let Donald Trump get away with whatever he wants.
That's not true. If you've heard Marjorie Taylor Greene,
she's gone. She's resigned.
Yeah, she's been pushing. There have been a lot of Republicans pushing for the transparency.
And he threatened her with a primary in response to it.
Yeah, but Trump actually signed the Transparency Act, and all the files are out there.
That's where we're like, that's going to be the go-to every time. He signed it, so he's absolved. He's absolved of everything. He signed it. He didn't have a fucking choice. You cannot give him credit for that. There was no choice. If he didn't sign it, they were going to get the files anyways. And then it looks worse. Then when the cover-up happens, you're like, and he didn't sign it? But the amount of like goggles and blindfolds MAGA has to put on to pretend that this is transparent and that Donald Trump allowed for these files to be released. He didn't have a choice, and he tried to bury them for a very long time. Don't trust BBC News. Good news, Hudson. That first letter's an L. This isn't the BBC News. It's LBC. See, the B is like a line, and then it has these two little humps there. Sometimes looks like a butt crack or some cleavage. The L is a straight line down and then across. See how in the red and the blue, those are different letters? And that's how you figure the whole thing out. I know you heard a British accent and thought BBC, but that's a L. And perhaps you could take that L if you'd like.
And there's going to be.
He didn't want to. He was forced to.
Yeah, but it's out there. It's out there, and I think what matters
the
more.
More maggots know. Loch Ness. Danielle said there's a sworn statement from a victim with an eyewitness, both signed under penalty of perjury and with threat of 8 years in prison if they lied, that says Donald Trump abused children. That's in the Epstein files.
More is our leaders and the principles and having justice for the victims, and then asking the question, actually, who is Epstein working for?
Do you think that
nobody's asking that question? And how many more Epsteins are there out there?
We're all asking that question. It just right-wingers aren't. Right-wingers are not asking that question, and the FBI doesn't seem to care about that question, and the Attorney General doesn't seem to want to ask that question. It's exclusively left-wing people who are trying to figure this out. Everybody on the right and in Trump's administration is saying, move on, let's not talk about this anymore.
There. And I think that's on a lot of people's minds.
Do you think Donald Trump cares about these victims?
I think Donald Trump does care. I think the way he expresses himself at times is unfortunate.
It wasn't the only controversial thing he said this week, of course.
I think he cares, but his public statements shows that he doesn't give a single solitary fuck. But I don't believe what he says. I just believe what I want to believe about him.
It's because he posted a video to millions of followers ending with a...
Andrew Weirick, how are you going to straight lie and say that Trump is in the files assaulting children? That's wild. If that were true, it would be all over the news. Pull it up. Jesus Christ. Is this the one? Scroll down. The plaintiff, in this case, and this isn't the only one, there's multiples. The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, alleges that the defendants, Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, did willfully and with extreme malice violate her civil rights under 18 U.S.C. 2241 by sexually and physically abusing plaintiff Johnson by forcing her to engage in various perverted and depraved sex acts by threatening physical harm to plaintiff Johnson and also her family. You didn't know that? Pull up the other ones. Whoa. See, and that's what I'm pointing at, Noodle Poodle Girl. Everything in the Epstein files are allegations, and you're very happy to believe the allegations in the Epstein files unless it's Trump, in which case then you do this weird thing that you all do, and you say, proof. Give me proof. Well, could you explain to me how you would prove a rape from 30 years ago? How would you prove that? What kind of evidence would you have of a rape from 30 years ago? Good question, Diver Down. So arrest someone. Who would be responsible for arresting people? Oh, the Department of Justice, the FBI. They're not doing anything. They're sitting on their hands. They're refusing to investigate. I can't arrest somebody. Do you see how easy this is for them because of you? Do you see how fucking easy it is to cover up this type of abuse because of you? Prove it. Well, you'd need a court case. Then arrest them. They're not arresting them. Okay. Again, that was sworn testimony. That's testimony that she can go to jail for 8 years for swearing to. Why isn't the FBI opening up any investigations? Why is Kash Patel doing nothing? Why is Pam Bondi doing nothing? Do you see how easy it is? If this were your child, just so you know, if your child had been sexually abused by any of the people in the Epstein files, let's just say it's Bill Clinton so that you will believe it, because you would never, if I say Trump, you're just going to say no. But let's say it's Bill Clinton, and your child is accusing Bill Clinton in the Epstein files. And you go, let's get some justice. Epstein files are released. You see the complaint. You see the accusation. And you're like, great. Now we're going to get him. And then Kash Patel and Pam Bondi do nothing? Why aren't they doing anything? MAGA, I'm going to need an answer to this question. Why aren't they investigating? How do I know that they're not investigating? Because they said they're not. Jeffrey Clark, or not Jeffrey Clark. What is his name? Todd Blanche said, nothing to see here. These are just cold cases. We're not looking into this. Why am I not investigating the Democrats working with Epstein? I'm not the FBI, but we have talked about the Democrats, and we're going to talk about more of the Democrats that are in these files as well. I've talked to everybody. But do you see how my child wouldn't be involved? Yeah, see? Because I'm not worried about being rich or powerful. That's not how these children were involved, William Perry. Their parents didn't know. They were recruited by their own friends. Epstein would take a child and abuse them and film that child being abused. And he would do it. He'd basically be like, hey, I'll give you $300. And he specifically went at people in poor communities. And he's like, I'll pay you $300 for a massage. They come in, they do the massage. He abuses them, but $300 is $300. And he's like, and I will give you more money if you go recruit your friends. And don't tell anybody, because if you tell anybody, I'll kill you. And so they recruit their friends. They bring their friends in. Their friends do the massage. They get sexually abused. He threatens to kill them and says, bring your friends. They manipulated children into recruiting people. You wouldn't have known if it was your child. You would have had no idea. Yeah, right. Yeah. See how quickly it was like, Jeffrey Epstein is evil and he worked with Democrats. And then we explain how it happened. You're like, never mind. Yeah, this is probably all a hoax. None of this stuff's true.
Clip, Donald Trump. Set to the lion suits tonight with the Obamas depicted as dancing apes. Would you condemn that video as racist?
I know that Joe Biden was in there as an ape as well. And I think... Yes,
but he's white.
I think look, it's terrible. It's not, we shouldn't be posting things like that. But as he said, it wasn't him. He's got a big group that's posting. And we know he's got a quirky sense of humor.
Quirky. Very invoking Jim Crow stereotypes that have been used to justify slavery.
Very quirky. That
decades and decades.
I don't think it was intended. And I think it's unfortunate that it came out. So I would...
It's just quirky. Yeah. It's quirky.
I agree with you.
By the way, that clip of the Obamas, that's at the end of the video. So people have even tried to say like it's auto scroll. Somebody purposefully put that clip in there. That's at the end of the main video. That's not the beginning. It's at the end. There's nothing quirky about it. it was racist. I don't care if you believe Donald Trump wanted to put that in at the end or not. It's irrelevant to me because I saw what he said. I saw him not acknowledge it as racist. He didn't say it was racist. I don't give a fuck if you believe that he put it in there or not. When he saw it, he didn't say, yes, this is racist. So it's not really worth having that discussion. It was racist. It's obviously racist. Donald Trump refuses to acknowledge that it's racist. He has a history of being racist. If it was truly a mistake, if I had done this and I'd put out a video and I just saw the beginning and then I reposted it and that came on at the end, I would have said, I put that out there. I didn't watch the video all the way to the end. Obviously, what was at the end was extremely racist and insensitive, and I should not have reposted this, and I deeply regret reposting this. I should watch videos all the way through to the end before I repost something like this. I would have no problem admitting that I fucked up and that was obviously racist, but he didn't do that, which leads us to the only conclusion possible, that it doesn't bother him. That he's okay with it, and that lots of other people who saw that video are okay with it. It's deeply racist. None of you would post that at your work. None of you would post that publicly. And if you did, people would call you racist. Even in context of the full video, it doesn't fucking matter. Even in context of the full video where all of Trump's perceived political enemies are species in, I don't know if it's all jungle because some of those were desert animals, but even if that is your argument, you should know that it is a racist stereotype to portray black people as monkeys. And so if I was going to have Obama be an animal, I would not choose monkey. If I wasn't doing it to be racist, everybody knows that. Nobody is like, oh, I didn't know. Nobody ever told me that it was racist to compare black people and monkeys. I've never heard that before. Of course it fucking is. So I would choose, a giraffe or a snake, like anything else. Anything but a monkey. There is no scenario in which that is not racist, and there's no scenario in which Donald Trump's defense of it doesn't show that he himself is racist. And if you, there are different types of racism. There are different ways of publicly being racist. And the way that most people are publicly racist is by denying that something that's obviously racist happened right in front of them. And that in and of itself is also racist. It's just cowardice and racism. You're not willing to say it, but you'll defend it because why? Because if you saw that privately and when you did see it, you're probably like, nice one, snuck it in there. You want that covert racism. You want plausible deniability for when you do or say something racist. But of course it was racist. And if you don't condemn it when it happens, which is the easiest fucking thing on earth to do, yes, that's racist. No, I shouldn't have posted it. Then yeah, you're racist. That's the bottom line.
Fortunate that came out.
Well, I wasn't asking whether it was unfortunate. I was asking whether you thought it was racist.
I don't think the implication was meant to be racist. If I'm honest, it was meant to just make a joke. But
yeah, that's racist. That's racist. You know what it is. You know what you saw. You know what the stereotype is. You wouldn't have done it. Why wouldn't you have done it, ma'am? Because everybody would know that you are being racist. That's why you wouldn't have done it. It's crazy to watch all of these people who never would have posted this video because they know that it is racist, and whether they're racist or not, they wouldn't post it because they don't want the backlash, but they fucking know. They all fucking know because they wouldn't do it. And now, but they just have to defend Donald Trump because we're not allowed to ever admit that Donald Trump does anything wrong.
I would never post a video like that, and I think most people wouldn't be posting videos like that. So it's unfortunate.
Why wouldn't you post that video? Why would most people not post that video? Oh, I wonder. So what is it? Is he that fucking stupid? Is that your defense of Donald Trump? Oh, he's too fucking stupid to know that that's racist. Yeah, everybody knows that. Every human being knows that, but not Donald Trump. He's too fucking stupid to know that. Is that the defense? Oh, well, I know better, but, remember, he's fucking dumb.
That his team posted that video.
But you were aware of the provenance of that trope about black people being apes?
I'm aware that in the past, yes, there were some issues around that
Well, you could say that again. It was used by slave traders and segregationists to dehumanize black people and justify lynchings. So do you think it's all right for the President of the United States, who is also president of nearly 50 million black Americans, to be putting out material like that?
I don't think it should be. It should have been put out, and I don't think the intent was that.
Why hasn't he apologized for it, do you think?
Because he's a racist, and he never admits when he's wrong. Quick, tell me, Mag in the chat, tell me a time Donald Trump admitted that he was wrong. I know of one time when he apologized. I only know of one. Can you guys tell me just off the top of your head when the last time Donald Trump said he was wrong about something? You are a weak. Cool. You are bad at sentences. Yeah, because that's the real answer, Jackie. Yeah, because he meant it. You are a month. Access Hollywood. Yeah, that's the only one I know of, Lisa, is the Access Hollywood tape. And he's like, I regret saying that. He didn't say that he like, he just said like, I regret saying it. But then in depositions, he defends it. Like you can watch in the, I think it was the deposition from the E. Jean Carroll case. They're like, you said that you can just do this to women, that you can just go up and grab them by the, and you can do it because you're a star. Do you stand by that? And he's like, well, historically, that's true. If you're a star. And then they're like, are you a star? And he's like, yeah, I guess so. So he didn't even like, he just publicly, and he had to be forced. The story behind the scenes is that his daughter, one of the only people that he respects, because she's probably like one of the, I mean, she's probably had to push him off of her a million times, and he's still trying to get with his daughter. The rumor is that that's the only reason he added any distance there. No one is right 100% of the time. Agreed. So when you're not right, you should apologize. Unless you're Donald Trump, and you wrote in your book, never apologize, never admit that you did something wrong.
That I can't answer for Donald Trump. I know he did say, had he seen it, he wouldn't have liked it either. So that's his underway of apologizing, his behind the doorway of apologizing. But we know Trump's
that's his way of not apologizing.
Good at apologizing.
Well, the president's press secretary actually initially dismissed it as fake outrage.
Oh, sorry, I missed that one. Dolphin, 64 was the year Bad Bunny's mom was born. Some say it was about the death toll in 2017 by Hurricane Maria. The 64th Grammys got Album of the Year. 64th Congress in 1917, granting U.S. citizenships to Puerto Ricans. Took me a sec to grab the rest. Sorry, thank you.
It's very easy for her to say, isn't it, as a white woman?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that should have never been published, and I think it's unfortunate it did. I think what's more important here right now are the real issues in the world. And you know, if we go back to, you know, Epstein.
This is Nora Lee Knotson. She's a Republican commentator that is regularly on the LBC.
And dealing with
racism, not a real issue. He's the president of the United States. He's
I don't think.
The United States.
I'm not saying racism is not an issue. I don't think that was intended. What I'm saying, and I think if you would just hear me out, is that was not intended to be racist.
But it was racist, whether what his intention or otherwise.
Well, you know, as we know, certain people take things different ways, and it's unfortunate that came out, and it's been taken off, as far as I know.
Why wouldn't he apologize? I mean, it would mean something so much to those people, Black Americans, who find it gross that their president, because he's their president, that he wouldn't just say sorry. It would mean nothing to him, but it would mean everything to them.
I agree. I think it would be great if he could say something like he backpedaled on Afghanistan as well. I think those remarks were terrible as well. But he's slow, unfortunately, to acknowledge those mistakes.
I mean, if children do something wrong, we tell them to apologize.
Yeah, exactly. Hear me out. It's kind of racist, but not our fault. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, because it's the right thing to do. And I'm just so struck that whenever you speak to people who defend the president, they just say, well, he doesn't apologize. Is that okay? We just say, oh, the guy's so unpardonably arrogant that even when he posts videos that depict black people as apes, which is perhaps the worst stereotype and trope that could ever exist, because, as I say, it was literally used to justify slavery for 200 years because people suggested that they weren't really human.
But also Biden was in there as an ape.
But Biden was white. But of course it doesn't matter. Like, if you depicted me as an ape, I'm white, so it's not. I'm not part of that trope. You're not part of that
Right.
trope.
But what I'm trying to say is, I don't think
What I'm trying to say is, shut the fuck up. Just let me have this. It was about animals. It was just coincidence. Even if it was, which there's no fucking way that it was, but even if it was, knowing that that is a racist trope, just fucking apologize. I didn't see it. It was racist. I obviously shouldn't have posted it. I would never post something so racist. Like, create some distance between you and what happened.
The intention.
Danielle said the impact matters. The intent is irrelevant. Exactly. And that's the fucking point. Like, we can't judge his intent. We don't even know. But it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. There was an impact. And if you impact somebody with something that you did, again, the public isn't going to know what your intent is. Go out and apologize. Be accountable. You know, the stuff that our parents all taught us, the stuff that, you know, hopefully we teach our kids, accountability is key. Accountability is very important, unless it's Trump, in which case we prefer no accountability. He's the leader of our fucking country. And that's what another thing we talked about the other day when we were talking, I think we were specifically talking about the Epstein files. And then it turns into this like MAGA versus Democrats. And we can never get down to the reality that Donald Trump is a lousy fucking leader. Lousy fucking leader. Probably the worst leader we've ever had. And the MAGA people in here are going to be like, no, he's the best. No, he's not. By no definition is he the best. He won an election, and he hates everybody who voted against him, and he hates people in his party who stand up to him. And in the election, we didn't even have half of America vote. So less than half of America, likes him. He is not the leader he's not a good leader. He's a horrific leader. We have all gotten significantly worse as people. Our country, our ability to have dialogue, our ability to agree on basic facts has gotten worse with him as the leader. You can blame Dems, you can blame libs, you can blame whoever the fuck you want, but a good leader can overcome that. A good leader can figure out a way to bring people together. Donald Trump hasn't ever done that. There is at no point in his time in politics has he ever taken two opposing sides and brought them together. He doesn't do that. He's incapable of doing that. He wouldn't know how to do that. He's a lousy fucking leader, the likes of which our country has never seen, because it's purposeful. We had some lousy leaders because they weren't very good at being leaders and they made mistakes, but never, as long as I've been alive at least, have we had a president who goes out of his way to divide every single day. Every fucking day, this guy shows up and tries to divide us. He's trash. He's a terrible fucking leader. He's always been a terrible fucking leader. The country never looked to Donald Trump as a leader ever before. Only once he joined MAGA or joined the Republican Party and created MAGA, and you guys are like, yeah, the rich bully. We love a rich bully. We love when he yells at Hillary Clinton. But now we love him.
Was that it's unfortunate.
It's like if someone attacked you or used a trope as you as being a woman, it wouldn't mean the same thing to me because I'm a man. Like, it only works when specific people are targeted for what they're targeted for.
I understand what you're saying. And again, as I'm saying, because it wasn't intended to be racist and it came out, and for many people it will be considered racist, and I think it's unfortunate.
Well, I'll tell you what, Laura, let's just
give an apology.
I agree. Well, let's
move on to bigger issues.
For the benefit of the listeners who won't have heard it or seen it, let's just play the clip so they can hear it. So you can see that there. Would you say that looks intentionally racist?
Without seeing what's coming next.
Well, that's it.
It's a cartoon, and then you're going to say, what are the cartoons? People make cartoons. What are they trying to make a cartoon about?
They're playing The Lion Sleeps Tonight, and they're depicting the only black first couple of the United States as apes. And can we possibly say that isn't intentionally racist?
I agree. It's not a great image, and whoever worked for him...
Those are all such cowards. They're all such cowards.
...be fired that put that video out.
It's a bit more than not great, is it?
No, it's not great. I agree with you, but I'm saying I don't believe the intent was the intent that you're stating. But I think whoever put that video out should be fired.
Just finally, The president is continuing, obviously, with. How do you think the president will respond to the fact that the Epstein files have become such a big issue over here? I mean, we've obviously saw what happened with Peter Mandelson. He knew Mandelson. How do you think he'll react to all of this?
I think, look, as we know, Keir Starmer's, been a failure as a leader, and this is probably just the needle that will break the camel's back. I think Trump, as we know, can deal with any sort of controversy. I think the relationship between the U.S. and the U.K. will remain strong, regardless of what happens. But I think he's thinking about bigger things right now.
Nora Lee Knotson there, Republican commentator, founder as well of Knotson Advisors.
So I just want to show the reason we showed that, obviously, is that, like, find me an American journalist who can pin somebody down like that. They won't do it. In America, we can't even have that discussion. If that was an American journalist there, she would have refused to engage in any of that in good faith. But in other countries, they still treat news like it's important. They still treat these programs like it's important, and they know that if you go on these programs and you expose yourself as being a total fraud, that you're going to be eviscerated in the media. But not in America. That's one of the other things Donald Trump has done, is he has obliterated the First Amendment. He's obliterated the whole point of it. The whole point of the First Amendment, in regards to the press, is that the press is unique and that they can act as a check against the government. But if you convince all these people that no matter what the press says, as long as that press is not seen as friendly to the president, then you do not have to believe any of that. And that's the reality of where we're at in America right now, is that right-wing news will not cover the Epstein files. Left-wing news will, but everybody on the right has already decided that if something is said on the left, that it is a lie. So now you have millions and millions of Republicans who are completely unaware that Donald Trump is all over those fucking files, all over them, and that he is accused multiple times in those files of sexually abusing children and adult women, multiple times. But they'll never know that, because if you create this environment, as Donald Trump has, where you only believe media that is not critical of Donald Trump, and then you use your leverage against those media companies to not cover stories about you that are negative, then the people who support you will legitimately never know. And that's why we had so many people so far come into our chat and say, Donald Trump isn't even mentioned in the files. Where did they get that idea? Oh, Donald Trump said it. And when they turn on Fox News commentators say it. They say this blew up in their face. They wanted these files released and it's just Democrats. No, the fuck it's not. Donald Trump is mentioned in the Epstein files more than Harry Potter is mentioned in all of the Harry Potter books. That's a real fact. And he's accused of horrific crimes in the Epstein files. And the people that work with him are also all over these files. And that's basically what the rest of the show is going to be. We've got about an hour and a half left. Just a reminder, we are crowdfunded. So I'm going to get deep into this stuff. Some of this stuff's going to be hard to listen to. A lot of it's going to be hard to follow. As I've done this research this morning, I didn't know a lot of the stuff that I'm going to cover today until this morning. And all that happened is I was reading an article and I started searching, cross-referencing the names in these articles, and then going to justice.gov/Epstein and searching their names. And I'm like, holy fuck, why is everybody connected? Why are all of these stories connected? Specifically, the Epstein files and the Russia collusion hoax, which was absolutely not a hoax. They are deeply connected. And what we're going to find out today, and I don't know that anybody's reported this, if we're being honest, but what you're going to find out today is that behind the scenes, Jeffrey Epstein and members of the Trump administration were also colluding together to bury the story, and they were the ones that were working together to get Trump and his team to work with Russia. So all these players that were in the Mueller investigation, they're all in the Epstein files. And you have Jeffrey Epstein communicating with them directly and giving them advice on how to handle the Mueller investigation. What's up, Jen?
Okay. Well, I figured before you get in the weeds of this next part, I would do some announcements.
Okay.
I know you don't see the chat the way that I do. But that new bot that we added, it's kind of fun. It had like it flags like the caps and the spamming and stuff like that, and then it sends really entertaining messages to people. It's been fun to watch.
Send me some screenshots. I haven't seen it.
Oh yeah. So here's one that just popped up. No, come on, no, for spamming.
Oh, I've seen these. I've actually been seeing these. They are showing up here.
Yeah. So it's
I
the
didn't know what they
Nightbot
were.
one. Yeah. So it's pretty funny. So if you guys are replying to Nightbot, it's not an actual person, but it's been entertaining to watch. So yeah. So we're like you said, about
Can I hold on real quick, just before Dick Feller, cool name, said this is a distraction to keep us fighting amongst ourselves while not focusing on the real enemy, which is the system and the collude in stealing from us all and becoming extremely wealthy. Stick around, because this isn't a distraction from that. This is that. The Epstein files, everybody is focused on the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile, and he had pedophile friends. But most of the Epstein files show how the global elites have rigged our entire system, and they use it to steal from all of us and become extremely wealthy. It is not a distraction, Dick Feller. It is the story, and that's why they don't want to tell it. They don't want you to know the power structures and how small this group of people are that are pulling all the strings. It's not the distraction. It's the exposing of who these people actually are. We're actually finding out in the Epstein files who the deep state is, and nobody on the right's even aware of it because Trump's in it, so they're not paying attention. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, so while we're getting going, if you guys haven't subscribed to us wherever you're watching, please do so. We have a members-only event. So if you're a paid member on either platform, on Twitch or on YouTube, you can join us for that event later at 5 p.m. Pacific time. We're going to be doing that. We're going to watch a couple more episodes of Hitler and the Nazis. So you have to be a paid member and be in the Discord to join us for that. So if you haven't subscribed, if you want to subscribe just in general, it doesn't cost anything on YouTube. That would be fantastic. On Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub, so it won't cost you anything if you haven't used one already for another creator. Check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo. We upload these episodes to Spotify. We're ways away from the gift goal. I know we can do better. If we did a dollar train, we could more than easily knock out the gift goal. So we've got, like Jay said, about an hour or so left, hour to hour and a half left for that. So, yeah, I think that's it. So, gift goal, subscribe if you haven't. And did I tell you I just adopted a dog from a local blacksmith?
You did not.
When we got home, he made a bolt for the door.
Thank you. Jackie said, Melanie on Twitter is me. I was banned. New account. Oh, cool. I'll watch that. Thanks, Jackie. Sorry about your ban. We know all about that. This guy, Fox, says Trump is in the files more than Jesus is in the Bible. Oslo said, mentioned more than Harry Potter and Jesus combined. True. And Bob Vest said, finally, the left agrees the deep state is real. You know what's interesting about that, Bob, and I appreciate you saying that, is what you find out if you engage in this, if you'll engage in this honestly, and if you will open your mind to the deep state is real, and I need to know who is the deep state, what you'll find out is that the stories that the right was told about who the deep state was, that it was Bill and Hillary Clinton, and that it was Bill Gates, and that it was Podesta, and it was Anthony Weiner, and it was China, and it was these Hollywood elites. What you'll find out is that story that you guys were told of who the deep state was carefully crafted and put into existence by Jeffrey Epstein and his friends in order to throw off the scent of who the people who were actually pulling the strings are. So they chose people specifically to distract you, and you all believed that they were the deep state. And this is where we're going to run into some friction here with you deep staters, is that you believe something and you have decided who the deep staters are. And when you read through the files, you find out they were the ones trying to distract you and saying, oh, the deep state's over here. The deep state's over here. The Clintons are in the files, but not in the way you guys want them to be. Bill Gates is in the files, but not in the way that you want him to be. They are not string pullers. I mean, the Clinton stuff, like Bill Clinton's not going to be in them very much because they haven't released anything prior to 2009. So I think anything that's super damaging to Bill Clinton, likely we haven't seen. So my opinion on that could be swayed. Bill Clinton could be part of it. But according to what we have now, the deep state is a group of people, a consortium of people who kind of adopted Trump into it. But it's Jeffrey Epstein, it's Israel, it's Russia, it's the UAE, it's the Saudis, it's the richest people on earth that are actually the ones that are pulling the strings. And Jeffrey Epstein seems to be, for whatever reason, and it's fucking incredible to break it down. Like when you go through these files, it is incredible. Every story that you've heard about foreign influence in the United States, not just in elections, but just like relationships, in every one of those instances, Jeffrey Epstein is in the middle of it. And he's connecting people. He was incredible at networking. He brings people seemingly together that you wouldn't think he could bring together. You know, like for example, like Mohammed bin Salman, like working with Putin. Putin's on the side of Iran. Mohammed bin Salman is not. Maybe I'm mixing up. Yeah, it's Mohammed bin Salman. We'll get to that in a little bit. But it is crazy how often Jeffrey Epstein is in the middle of all of the world's biggest stories when it comes to politics. But first, I want to do a couple things. First, this is Epstein survivor Annie Farmer, and she was on with Caitlin Collins. And I just want to point this out, that when Caitlin Collins asked Donald Trump a pointed question, Donald Trump attacked Caitlin Collins. And the people who were actually abused by Jeffrey Epstein have a totally different take about this. They don't say you should have smiled. But here is Annie Farmer, one of Epstein's actual victims.
When you hear the president say he thinks the country wants to move on from the Epstein files, is that how you feel?
Well, first, let me say, Caitlin, thank you so much for having me back. And I know I don't just speak for myself when I say I really appreciate how persistent you were in questioning this administration about their failure with this release. I don't think it's something to smile about, and I thought you handled it very appropriately. I'm not surprised that Trump is ready to move on and that this DOJ is ready to move on, but we are certainly not, especially after we saw how poorly this last release of documents was handled.
So the victims appreciated Caitlin Collins. So for all of you, just so you know, all of you that were defending Donald Trump, celebrating what Donald Trump did, just know that the people who were abused by Jeffrey Epstein, who had their lives fundamentally changed and who have had, some of them didn't make it. Some of them couldn't deal with that pain. And those that have and still deal with it every day, they appreciate it. And your knee-jerk reaction to just suck Donald Trump's dick at all times spits in the face of these victims. And they want you to know that. Wilbur said, thanks, RTP and Jen. Choo choo. Sully said, Jen told me to. There you go. Bob Vest said, I think everyone from the past 40 years is involved. Trump isn't exempt. I voted for him 3 times, and I want to know why he tried to divert us from it. Yeah, I mean, look, I appreciate you saying that, Bob, that everyone from the past 40 years is involved, but like, just read. They're not. You know who's not in the Epstein files? Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Jimmy Carter, Mitt Romney. There's a lot of people that aren't in there. Ted Cruz, I'm sure he wishes he was in there. There's a lot of people that weren't. And I get it, as a Trump voter for 3 times, I'm sure it gives you some comfort saying like, oh, I was duped, but so was everybody else. It's just not true. It's just not true that everybody was involved. It was a much smaller network of people than we thought. The deep state is much smaller than we thought. And their ability to control narratives is remarkable. I certainly could believe, however, though, Bob, to give you some credit there, I certainly could believe that there is stuff that we don't know. There is blackmail that perhaps Jeffrey Epstein had over some of these people, and that isn't showing up in the files. We haven't seen that yet. Perhaps, and we know that he did that. He used honeypots, and he tried to get compromat and make sure that he had videos or evidence that could make sure that people in government overlooked his crimes. And likely that that a lot of that's true and that we're not seeing it. But it just based on what's in the files, it's a much smaller circle of people than we probably thought. Here is Melinda Gates about her husband being in the files.
I think we're having a reckoning as a society, right? No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on.
I want to debunk this too. Love QV9NL said Trump went to the police on Epstein, and that's why Epstein went to prison the first time. I want you to Google that right now, and anybody who believes that, Google it right now and ask: did Donald Trump go to the police about Jeffrey Epstein, and is that why he's in jail? You will find out that that's not true. That's just a thing that some Republicans have said. Donald Trump hasn't even said that. Because it's not true, we'd have a police report there. That didn't happen.
On with all of the various people around him. No girl. I mean,
good point. Kamala Harris also not in the files.
It's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, but I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
Well,
and I am so happy to be away from all the muck.
I wonder what your dominant emotion is when you read these news articles.
Just unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable sadness, right? And again, I'm able to take my own sadness and look at those young girls and say, my God, how did that happen to those girls, right? And so for me, it's just sadness for, I left my marriage. I had to leave my marriage. I wanted to leave my marriage. I had to leave I felt I needed to eventually leave the foundation. So it's just sad. And it's kind of like, at least for me, I've been able to move on in life. And I hope there's some justice for those now women, right? We see them standing up in front of microphones in D.C. What they went through is just unimaginable, I think.
Yeah. It's good to see Melinda Gates saying, investigate my husband. The way some people are saying like Obama is in the files, I just want you to see what happens when you search Obama. You can see here, like his name comes up, but these, a lot of what's in these files are Jeffrey Epstein's emails, and these include like daily roundups of like news stories about Obama. So when you look at these, when you see Obama's name, you click on them, they're all articles that he's getting either sent to him by friends, or they are articles where he's subscribed to a newsletter. So when I say that like Obama and Romney are not in them, what I mean is there's no accusations about what anything that they may have done wrong. You can see on all, like as you go through them, these are just simply roll-ups of emails and news stories. See what I mean? When we go through some of these other things that involve Donald Trump, you'll see that they're not just like news stories that are being forwarded to him. So it's important to, I guess for me, and I should have been more clear on that, to explain what I mean by they're in the files. When I say somebody's in the files, what I'm saying is that there are stories about them in the files, or they're directly communicating with Jeffrey Epstein in the files, or Jeffrey Epstein is talking about like working with them, or he's accusing them of something in the files. There's no accusations that I have found of either Obama or Mitt Romney or Joe Biden in those files, or Kamala Harris. So if you guys have one, super chat it for me and we'll pull it up. Bob said Kamala Harris as prosecutor victimized plenty. Okay, but not in the Epstein files, right? Okay. I want to show Ro Khanna wrote a letter today because Ghislaine Maxwell has agreed to testify. And Ghislaine Maxwell, who we all remember, met with Todd Blanche, and they recorded the interview. alleged, and they didn't edit anything allegedly, and she was more than happy to speak. But now coming before Congress, her lawyers have said she's going to plead the fifth. She is not going to answer any questions. And remember that what Todd Blanche did is asked her very specific questions with very specific answers in mind, and then left saying she vindicated Donald Trump, and then they moved her to a cushier prison. It looks like a quid pro quo to me. But here's what Rokana sent a letter to James Comer. Said, "Dear Mr. Chairman Comer, it is my understanding that Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell intends to use or invoke her Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and decline to answer all substantive questions at her upcoming deposition before the House Oversight Committee. This position appears inconsistent with Ms. Maxwell's prior conduct, as she did not invoke the Fifth Amendment when she previously met with the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche to discuss substantially similar subject matter. I understand that Ms. Maxwell intends to assert this privilege on a blanket basis by reading a prepared statement at the outset of the deposition and refusing to permit members to question her individually through counsel, rather than invoking the privilege on a question-by-question basis. Accordingly, for the sake of clarity, I'm submitting this letter in this letter the questions I intend to ask at Ms. Maxwell's deposition and request confirmation from the chair as to whether she intends to invoke her Fifth Amendment in response to the following questions. Number one, on December 17, 2025, you filed a habeas corpus petition stating that 4 named co-conspirators and 25 men who entered into secret settlements were not indicted as part of this investigation. Is that statement accurate? We should know that, right? We should know who these 4 named co-conspirators are and the 25 men who entered into secret settlements. Why is she in a cushier prison right now? What, honest to God, what did she give us? What did she get in exchange for that? Donald Trump's personal attorney, who he brought with him, questioned her, moved her to a nicer prison, and now we don't get public testimony? Amy said, can you remind folks that the island wasn't the place most were abused and not the only place? Great point. Most of Epstein's abuse that we know of did not take place on Epstein Island. Most of it took place in New York, in his apartment, at his home in West Palm Beach, and some of the more horrific stuff took place in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And then as well as other people's homes and hotel rooms. Most of what we know about the abuse that Jeffrey Epstein committed on people did not happen at his island. Some did, but most that we know of didn't happen at the island. That's been another like weird part of this story that I feel like people don't understand, is that having your name going to the island is not more proof than going to his home in Palm Beach or going to his apartment in New York. In fact, just statistically speaking, you were more likely to be abused in New York or Palm Beach than you were on Epstein Island. So it's a weird part of the story that has gotten completely out of control, and both journalists on the right and the left and in the middle missed that. But that is not the part that we should be focused on. That's, again, it appears in these emails too, as they're talking, like as these stories are coming out about Epstein, he's messaging and emailing his friends, and you can tell that like that's the part they like, that they're skipping all the stuff that he was prosecuted for. What he was prosecuted for happened in New York and Palm Beach, Florida. Nothing from the island. That's how he wound up being a convicted rapist, is because, well, yeah, because of that. That's a good point, Michael Youngman, and I think I have that on the outline. But Santa Fe, New Mexico, did you know that? The FBI has never raided his Santa Fe ranch. They just never went in there and took the stuff. Greg said there's also no flight logs to the islands because he has no runways. Good point, yeah. They would fly into, what is it, Little St. James? What's the airport right there? And then they would helicopter over. Thank you. Question number 2 is, who are the 4 co-conspirators and the 25 men other than Jeffrey Epstein who sexually abused minors at Epstein's Island, his New Mexico ranch, or his New York residence, and why do you believe they were not indicted? What information, evidence, or personal knowledge do you have regarding why these individuals were not charged or prosecuted by federal authorities? It's well documented that you, President Donald Trump, and Mr. Epstein had a social relationship, and there are several photographs of you together. Did you or Mr. Epstein ever arrange, facilitate, or provide access to underage girls to President Trump? Now, Epstein has testified to this, and sometimes I forget to add these, but I should, because I think that some of the stuff, MAGA, you have never seen. I always think that stuff I've seen a million times you've seen, but it might not have made it across your computer. So Epstein, let me pull this up from a deposition. Boy, it is hard to find sometimes. Let me just actually. I swear Twitter must suppress the shit out of that. That's crazy. Took one search on YouTube. Couldn't find it on Twitter.
Ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Have you ever had a personal...
Could very easily answer whether or not he had a personal relationship with Trump. Yeah, I did. Suddenly needs to assert his 5th Amendment when they ask him, did you guys mess with girls under 18 together? Have you guys seen that, MAGA? Is this the first time you've seen that? Will you give me a thumbs up if that's the first time you've seen that video, please? I would like to know how far that's made it. After Trump publicly stated that he would look at a possible pardon for you, did you or anyone acting on your behalf have any discussions with him or his representatives about a pardon or reduced sentencing in exchange for silence? Remember that Donald Trump floated a pardon to Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex offender. I understand assertion of 5th isn't an admission of guilt. I'm just wondering if he saw it. I just find it interesting that he didn't want to answer that question. What client lists or records did you or Mr. Epstein maintain that document the identities of clients or associates? Please identify any foreign governments or intelligence services, including those associated with Russia and Israel, that Mr. Epstein shared information with or otherwise acted on behalf of, and describe the nature and purpose of any such relationships. We're not going to get any of those questions answered. And Ghislaine Maxwell is getting special treatment from the Trump administration. You hadn't seen it till I played it? Okay, I appreciate that, Bob. Bob, you are in extremely good faith. You are a refreshing person for somebody that shares very different political ideas than I do, and I appreciate that out of you, Bob. First time hearing it, but I'm glad you're showing people. Oh, good. All right. Let's jump into this. Well, then a lot of this stuff today might be new because some of this stuff I thought was everybody knew, but we may have a bunch of new stuff today. Remember, this is what Todd Blanche said about Ghislaine Maxwell and about giving her preferential treatment.
I do want to ask you about Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, of course, convicted in 2021 for her role in helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic his victims. In July, you interviewed her in Florida, where she was serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison. Just a week later, Maxwell was moved to a more permissive prison camp in Texas. Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they...
That's a Bureau of Prisons thing, which I'm responsible for. So you're just not going to answer that? You guys don't feel like you deserve an answer as to why Ghislaine Maxwell got to be moved, a convicted pedophile, why she got to be moved into a better conditioned prison where she gets all this free time now. She gets to play with kitties. She's not just locked up in her cell. You guys don't want to know why the Trump administration is giving her preferential treatment? It's not important to any of you?
they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Miss Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her, and the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So
okay, put her in solitary confinement then. Move her someplace where she can't interact with people. What, you're going to give her a better spot to live after sexually abusing kids? Your administration is the administration of pedophile protectors. This is what you guys do. You protect pedophiles. Why are you giving special treatment to Ghislaine fucking Maxwell, Donald Trump? We got an answer for that here in the chat? Give me an explanation for why the Trump administration is giving her preferential treatment. Okay, Doc. Shut up. MAGA, is this the first time you've heard this? Will you be honest with me, MAGA? Did you know that the Trump administration gave her preferential treatment, that they moved her to a minimum security prison where she gets free time, she gets to be outside, she gets to play with puppies, she gets access to like TVs, tablets, all that shit, better food, better treatment. She can interact with other people. Did you know that? Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you knew that. Thumbs down if this is the first time hearing this.
the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety. And so she was moved. She is in federal prison. She was in federal prison before. She's in federal prison now. She's doing 20 years because she was convicted. And the fact that she was moved, she might be moved to another institution tomorrow if security requires it. And that's true of any federal inmate across this country.
It's just not. Lots of federal inmates who are being harassed or who are in danger wind up in solitary confinement. There's different sections of these prisons. You can go to a maximum security prison. Why didn't they change her to another maximum security prison then? Why did they put her in a minimum security prison? Yeah, exactly. She gets fucking Wi-Fi access. The trafficking felon gets Wi-Fi access. Electric Dad said, what did Trump say about anyone who claims the Fifth Amendment privilege? I remember that. Yeah. It's because they're guilty. That's what Trump says. Belinda, thank you very much. I think a couple more came in over here as well. Burned Out Medic, thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. Sorry I was late on this one, Sarah Beth and Ash. Sarah Beth said, regarding racism, if someone wrecks your car on purpose or by accident, your car is still wrecked, like another creator often says. Ashley said, the fact that the image and video still exists is the issue. It's available to be reposted and shared intentionally or on accident, but the harm it does doesn't care about why. Not being able to denounce this is clear racism. Thank you. And guys, sorry I'm late on those. That's my bad. Those don't have near the impact at this time, but you're deadly correct there. All right, moving on. I want to remind you of this video of Howard Lutnick here. Now, I got to tell you, my spidey senses when it came to Howard Lutnick have been dead on, and it's one of the things I'm proud of. We have known Howard Lutnick was a sick fuck this entire time. But this is a video from about a year ago, maybe less, of Howard Lutnick being asked about his involvement with Epstein before these files came out. And Howard Lutnick, with that big smile on his face that he always has, that confidence or arrogance, however you want to refer to it, told this story.
He opens the doors, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
This is Howard Lutnick and his wife meeting Epstein allegedly for the first time because they were next door neighbors. And he's telling the story of the one and only time he spent any time with Jeffrey Epstein. And he's led into the house, and there's a massage table.
Ooh. And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage?
Natalie says, this all makes me sick.
And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. Ooh. And he says, and the right kind of massage. Ooh. Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me And I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. Really? So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross. Oh. And so I look back at it as a gift.
Yes.
He gave me a gift.
Yes.
Of a voice. And so, yeah, so that's my story. A one and absolutely done.
Cool story, bro. Fortunately, this is in the files. From Howard Lutnick to Jeffrey Epstein. Hi, Jeff. We are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart's in Anguilla on Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Learman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children, 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Epstein says, come Saturday or Sunday, lunch, Little St. James on the map behind Chrisman's Cove. Lutnick says, FYI, I'll let you know what he says. Took his kids to the island after saying that he met him once and he and his wife determined we will never be with that sick fuck again. Now, why has Lutnick not been fired? Why does Lutnick still have a position in this administration currently? Let's see what this is. I haven't watched this, but somebody sent it to me just barely, so let's see what this is.
Is he working on what?
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you.
He laughs. Look, this has been a weird one. The way he laughs when Trump's asked an Epstein question. These people are so crazy. Now knowing who this guy is, now knowing that he was friends with Epstein, he's also a business associate with Epstein, which I think they'll get to here. See, from Massey, according to legal documents and emails, Epstein and Lutnick did business together, and Lutnick vacationed on his island long after Lutnick claims they parted ways and long after Epstein was a known sex offender. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, too. Going back to going back to this document, let me pull it up again. Remember, I think it was 2007 that Epstein was convicted. This is in 2012. So they knew who he was in 2012. Still wanted to go to his island with their children. Still has a job in this administration, not a peep. Has Fox News told you that? When you turned on Fox News, were you aware that one of Donald Trump's right-hand men was good buds with Epstein, doing business with Epstein? Nah, they didn't tell you that, did they? Thanks, Joel, for the super chat.
Is he working on what?
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know.
Hilarious, right? Kelly said, nothing looks disgusting. He laughs like it's funny.
Pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But
you're suing the federal government about your taxes. Yeah. And I'm wondering, is it fair to ask the American people to pay for that?
Right. So if you want to negotiate with him, I said, use your superpower. She says, what's that? I go, you're a woman of great authority. Just speak that way. When he says, I'd like to do X, if you disagree, say, oh, no. That's too much. Like, don't say no. Don't do that. Because if you go at Donald Trump, he's going to win. So
to work for you, to be with you, to carry your name, your leadership, and your flag throughout the world. The press has no idea who the gentleman to my left is. They portray him in all sorts of ways, but I know him as the smartest, most thoughtful, and most intuitive person I've ever met. And
Which is interesting because Lutnick didn't have any association with Trump before he brought him to his cabinet. Nobody thought Donald Trump was brilliant until they saw an opportunity to enrich themselves.
It's amazing to be in this room and to work for him. So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein is.
I'm going to end that video, but all right, his cabinet's all over these files here. I want to show you this too. That this is a whistleblower from Cantor Fitzgerald, which is Howard Lutnick's company, and you can see here just in the highlighted part here. This is from the files. This is dated. Does that say 10/19/2020? You can go read this yourself, but these names for some reason are redacted, which is bizarre because this is Cantor Fitzgerald. Obviously, that is Howard Lutnick. He's obviously the CEO. So the Trump administration censored out Howard Lutnick's name. Why did he do that? The only thing supposed to be censored out were national security concerns and victims' names. Why is Lutnick have his name censored? And who are these other names here that are being censored out? It said, who acted as internal whistleblower after witnessing some financial irregularities? The CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick. I guess they missed one there. Great. Was Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor, and he believes some of the suspicious financial activities could be related to Epstein's case. Blank advised blank, and Cantor Fitzgerald were well known for money laundering. Cantor Fitzgerald had a history of crime. Senior officials have spoken about the money laundering occurred. Cantor Fitzgerald was paying brokers from foundations in other countries through PIS. PIS had hired an ex-Deutsche Bank CEO as global president. The Panama Papers connected Cantor Fitzgerald to shell companies. And then here, Lutnick was a neighbor of Epstein in the adjoining property at 11 East 71st Street, New York, New York. Lutnick bought the property for $10 through a trust. Les Wexner and Epstein owned the building. He bought it for $10 while he's running a Ponzi scheme? Blank advised BGC International was involved in crime and money laundering. Bear Stearns has hundreds of subsidiaries in 2018. BGC International was the parent company of many of these subsidiaries to include JP Morgan, Chase, and BlackRock. Blank advised he thought the money being laundered through Cantor Fitzgerald and BGC International was from the Russian mafia. Who else is accused credibly of laundering money through the Russian mafia? Donald Trump? Remember how they were buying up all of his apartments in Trump Tower? Some of them never were lived in. Remember when the Russian mafia was taken down in New York City and they raided the Russian mafia's apartments? In what building was that? Oh, that was in Trump Towers, and they had significantly overpaid for their properties in Trump Towers. But just in the same city, Howard Lutnick, who's now publicly licking Donald Trump's asshole every step, is working with Epstein. No, for sure. These guys, there's nothing to see here. There's no connection here. Why does he still have a job? You could come up with some ideas. Here's an idea. Maybe he still has a job because if Trump fires him and throws him under the bus, that he'll throw Trump under the bus. If this was in England, if it was in Poland, if it was in France, everybody across the world that is connected with Jeffrey Epstein like this and works in government, they're all being fired, and their citizenry is outraged. And it's not like political. Everybody says if you are involved with Epstein, get the fuck out of government, but not in the United States of America. Why? Because Donald fucking Trump is the president, and you guys are required to listen and believe every fucking word he says. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Let's go here. This is an email sent in 2017 from Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. Jeffrey Epstein said, some at dinner with Donald last night were concerned about dementia. Tons of makeup. Did not recognize old friends. 2017, Jeffrey Epstein is telling Michael Wolff, I was talking to some of these people at dinner with Trump last night. They're concerned about this. And if you think that don't be dumb, I'm going to give you a heads up here. Don't be dumb and say Epstein didn't know his friends, because the rest of this show is going to be, and we got about 50 minutes left. The rest of today's show is going to be showing that not only did Epstein know all of his friends, he was talking to all his friends. He was talking to his closest advisors. He was having dinner with Trump's family members, his own kids. Again, 2017 here. All these people around Trump still talking with Jeffrey Epstein as he is a convicted sex offender. Here is John Phelan. Now, you may remember John Phelan for something unusual that happened in this administration. John Phelan is the U.S. Secretary of the Navy. If you don't know what's unusual about John Phelan being Secretary of the Navy, it's that he's never served in the U.S. military in any capacity. And it was a bizarre choice by this administration to bring in John Phelan. Why in the world would you choose a Secretary of the Navy who has no military experience? And you can see here on this passenger manifest from EGGW, JFK on Epstein's plane from England to New York. Jean-Luc Brunel, who we all know now was involved in trafficking women. Jimmy Kane, Theodore Sarer, John Phelan. The non-military Secretary of the Navy, flying with multiple convicted sex offenders. And what do we have a year on this? 2006. Okay, so before. What's he doing on that plane? I'm trying to remember what this video is. Hold on one second. Let me see if the audio is here.
To be the U.S. Secretary of...
All right. I cannot show this video because there is nudity in this video. So I'm going to drop this video in Discord. You can watch it there. It's not real nudity. It's art, but I think we would still get in trouble. So I can't show this video. I can play the audio for you, but this about Secretary of the Navy John Phelan. If you're not a member of the Discord, I'd recommend becoming a member of the Discord here. In fact, if you're not, I'm going to repost it right now on Twitter, so you can go follow me on Twitter and you can get the repost there.
This is John Phelan. He was appointed by Trump to be the U.S. Secretary of the Navy with no history of any military experience. As you can see underneath, he has spent millions of dollars in Republican races. In 2006, you can see he flew on Jeffrey Epstein's...
Ooh, Ace Ventura, I want you to say, Trump is a genius. Who else could pull this off with an IQ lower than his shoe size? Trump isn't the mastermind. Trump is the mark. That's the one thing that I think a lot of people don't understand. Trump is the useful idiot. The reason all of these rich and powerful people are around Trump is not because he owns them, because they own him. They're in this with him. He's not the mastermind. Epstein was the mastermind. All of these people are significantly smarter than Donald Trump.
Lolita Express from London back to the United States. When I was scrolling through and looking at pictures of his home, I noticed these masks.
Let me show you this real quick. I can show you parts of this. Because there's pictures of his home online. So again, same guy, John Phelan here. You see these pictures. This is from his home.
Do they look familiar to you? That's because we have those same masks on Epstein Island in Jeffrey Epstein's home.
Oh, shit. There it was. Fuck. Did not know it was going to be next. There's the nudity. We're going to find out real quick if I'm going to get in trouble for that. God damn it.
As I kept digging further, I found this picture. Do you see that? That is a baby tied up. It looks like in burlap. And then we get this weird stuff.
Let me see if I can get that burlap one. Yeah, I can do that without it. Here's the picture. This is from his home. Again, these are just pictures from his home. Do you see this? Who in the world would have that in their home? This is John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy.
Baby tied up. it looks like in burlap. And then we get this weird stuff.
Let me zoom in on this and see if there's any nudity on this one. No, let's do this. So, and then there's this weird stuff. Weird artwork in his home.
And then we get this weird stuff. All throughout his home are naked women everywhere. Something is going on here. Look at this one.
Let me see what this one is. And by the way, credit to Noxy Love on Twitter for putting this together. It's very strange. This is your Secretary of the Navy, by the way.
Let's zoom in closer and a little bit closer. Do you see it? All throughout this house.
In the background of that picture I just showed you, there is a naked lady built into that background with all those kids.
There is weird painting and artwork. This man's face is made out of labias.
Can't show that,
This
obviously.
is his daughter, Mackenzie Phelan. Now, some of this seems a little weird to me for her to have posted on her Instagram. Do you see that? A woman laying on the floor with her sitting over her? Artwork of a woman stabbed in a bathroom? I don't know. This family seems a little weird, and I think we need to look into it more.
Yeah. That's our Secretary of the Navy with no military experience. Good friends with Epstein. Mr. Frost, how many times are you going to use that same fucking joke? Listen, brother, I know that I absolutely roasted you about fucking your dad. And I'm sorry for that because your dad did ask me to keep it a secret. And I have continued to dump loads in your dad. But you show up with the same joke every day and spam it. And so we're going to give you 24 hours to come up with a new joke. You're going to be muted now. Somebody get Mr. Frost mute for 24 hours. And you're going to have to get funnier because you suck at this, dude. And it's getting embarrassing. This is for your sake. Come up with a new joke. Maybe chat GBT it. See if you can come up with something new. All right. Here is, again, Jean-Luc Brunel, who, like Epstein, died of self-unaliving. Let's see if I can make this. Oh, it's up here. Seems that Jean-Luc Brunel, before he died of a self-unaliving here, was emailing and saying, yesterday I spoke of Daniel Syed, whom Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls and or women for J. Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. This is Thursday, December 6th of 2018, again, while Trump is president. And then he just mysteriously is gone, just mysteriously does a self-unaliving after working with the Trump administration. Remember, this is Trump's administration at this point that's investigating this. Decides he's going to work with investigators and then dead. Another interesting thing that Brian Krasenstein brought up. You can see here that on August 9th, 2019, the United States Attorney's Office put out Jeffrey Berman said earlier this morning, the Manhattan Correctional Center confirmed that Jeffrey Epstein, who faced charges brought by this office of engaging in the sex trafficking of minors, had been found unresponsive in his cell and pronounced dead shortly thereafter. Today's events are disturbing, and we are deeply aware of their potential to present yet another hurdle to giving Epstein's many victims their day in court. To those brave young women who have already come forward and to the many others who have yet to do so, let me reiterate that we remain committed to standing for you, and our investigation of the conduct charged in this indictment, which included a conspiracy count, remains ongoing. Jeffrey Epstein died on August 10th. This is a little bizarre. Maybe they just got the date wrong. Maybe they already had it prepared. Think that's unusual? Find that unusual? All right, I'm going to get into this article because I'm going to skip some stuff because this is going to take up the rest of the time. Let me explain how I got here. So I was going through Epstein files. I was going through posts. Paul Manafort, Trump's second campaign manager, And actually, I think I could show this real quick because it'll get us there. But this is Andrew Weissman reminding us of Trump's actual connection, one, to Russia, and two, and then we'll link this back to Epstein. But just a reminder here.
It strikes me there is a detail in your book, Where the Law Ends, Inside the Mueller Investigation, that has received too little attention against the backdrop of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And that is that Paul Manafort.
Bob said, how do I access these files so I can read myself? It's justice.gov/Epstein. And you can read any of them yourself there. Phoenix Rai said, Occam's razor, the simplest solution is almost the right one. Is Trump being framed by millions of documents, or is he hilariously guilty? Flanker said, isn't it amazing that the right was the party of conspiracy and all of a sudden, none of this connects, real paper trails and connections. Jamar says, the only nutlick I like is when my wife does it. Shout out to your wife. Haley says, I've missed a lot today, but wondering if you know if there's any truth to don't being redacted in some parts of the files, allegedly because of them using AI to do it, and it's similar to Don T. I've heard that. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't looked into that.
Who you were responsible for prosecuting, met with a top Putin ally, Konstantin Kilimnik, and agreed to a deal that would essentially have enabled Putin to take control of the eastern part of Ukraine with Trump's approval. And Manafort had implicitly agreed to.
What did you say? People still talk to Rob Lowe that was a sex offender. Yeah, but I don't. And I don't vote for him. So K-Dog, yeah, some people still talk to people who are pedophiles. Clearly they do. I don't. That's a deal breaker for me. I think for a lot of you, this doesn't seem to be a deal breaker.
This. Why has this not gotten more attention?
Let me go back just real quick.
With Trump's approval. And Manafort had implicitly agreed to this. Why has this not gotten more attention against the backdrop of the invasion of Ukraine by Vladimir Putin?
So I don't know why it has not gotten more attention, but I had the exact same reaction when the war occurred and you saw what Russia was trying to do. I was like, yes, of course. We had in writing, we sort of captured some emails between Konstantin Kilimnik and Paul Manafort talking about this deal and saying what they needed to make this work was a wink from Donald Trump that this would happen. But take Trump out of this. This was clearly indicating what it is that Mr. Putin was trying to do, which was to take half of Ukraine and actually the wealthy part of Ukraine. And now you see it's basically, I want to take all of it. It did get some attention in the New York Times. It certainly got attention.
All right, so we'll end it there. But basically what we're saying here is nobody ever really discussed the fact that Paul Manafort, before he was Trump's campaign manager, he worked for Vladimir Putin, and his job was to sow distrust in Crimea and convince the Ukrainians that lived in Crimea that they actually should be part of Russia. And he worked there in Ukraine until the Russian puppet government in Ukraine fell, and then he fled and he ran from Ukraine, and then he became Trump's campaign manager, where during his time as Trump's campaign manager, he lied to the FBI about his connections and his dealings with Russian oligarchs in connection with like working together. And that's why the Russian collusion hoax wasn't a Russian collusion hoax. Collusion is not a crime, and it was not a hoax. He pled guilty to working with the Russians and lying to the FBI about it. But if you watch Donald Trump or if you watch Fox News, what they tell you is it was all a big hoax and there was nothing to see here. The guy running his campaign in an investigation on whether or not his campaign worked with Russia pled guilty to working with Russia and lying to the FBI. And somehow Donald Trump has convinced you guys that this is a hoax. It is not a hoax. It never was a hoax. They did. They worked with Russia on the 2016 campaign. And it's been proven time and time again. They admitted it. So then after that, that led me to a story of the Polish government, who believes, by the way, in many European countries, that Epstein was actually working through back channels with Putin and that he may have been a spy for Putin. They're concerned that Peter Mandelson, who we talked about earlier on that LBC clip, might have been leaking state secrets, not just to Epstein, but that those were going to Russian agents because Epstein, through the Epstein files, is shown communicating with what is his name? Both Kalimnik and Dmitriev. I forget Sergey. I think it's Sergey Dmitriev. I think that's his name. And he was leaking secrets and to get back to Russia. And Epstein is talking to Americans inside the Trump administration and reporting back to the same guy. And so every other country is taking this seriously. We're not. MAGA certainly isn't. Oh yeah, it's those guys were probably working with Russia, but not our guy. No, not our guy. Then that led me to an anonymous tip of someone who said that Trump had threatened to kill her if she exposed Epstein's sexual abuse. Then it led me to Scott David Mason, who is a GOP lobbyist who just recently has been charged in federal court in North Carolina with distributing and possessing child sex abuse material, which then led me to this. And this is where our journey starts. These are emails that suggest here that 3 days before Mohammed bin Salman had Jamal Khashoggi murdered, an American journalist who went to have a meeting and while his wife sat out in the car, was murdered, cut up into pieces, and taken out in a piece of luggage because he was reporting on a couple of things, but specifically on their government, but also on the Israeli government's actions towards the Palestinians and some corruption in Israel. And then he was brutally murdered while his wife waited out in the car. And Donald Trump did nothing about this. In fact, Donald Trump just was like, I don't believe the story. He did what he did with Putin when Putin said, I didn't interfere in Russia. And Trump's like, I believe him. And he went to MBS and he's like, oh, I believe that they didn't do this. But we now know that this absolutely happened. And Donald Trump absolutely knew that it happened because we have the intelligence that he would have been briefed on. And he absolutely fucking lied about it. We know that for a fact now, but none of you know that because Fox News does not tell you any of that stuff. But here is Jeffrey Epstein saying, meeting with today with MBS, helpful. I hope so. He delayed 3 times, just arrived 30 minutes ago. Seems you have good connection on your plane. I suppose you were over the Atlantic by now. This is 3 days before MBS has Jamal Khashoggi murdered. And then MBS, through Donald Trump, is able to just launder his reputation. Trump just lies to all of you for him. And now we know that that's a lie. None of you care. Then moving on, that led me to this New York Times article in 2019. This is where it gets fucked. And I'm going to try and keep track of this. Sorry for Kim if I bounce back and forth as we go through this. But the Pentagon, and again, this is written in 2019 specifically about the headline here is the most powerful Arab ruler isn't MBS, it's MBZ, which is Prince Mohammed bin Zayed from the UAE. The Pentagon, trying to cultivate accommodating allies in the Gulf, had identified Prince Mohammed as a promising partner. The favorite son of the semi-literate Bedouin, I don't know if you say it that way, Bedouin, who funded the United Arab Emirates, Prince Mohammed was a serious-minded British-trained helicopter pilot who had persuaded his father to transfer $4 billion into the United States Treasury to help pay for the 1991 war in Iraq. I was unaware of that. Did you know that Desert Storm, which was a colossal fucking mistake, was funded in part by the UAE? I was unaware of that. Scrolling down, this is a long article. You can go read it yourself. But Western diplomats who know the prince, known as MBZ, say he is obsessed with 2 enemies, Iran and the Muslim Brotherhood. Mr. Trump has sought to move strongly against both and last week took steps to bypass congressional opposition to keep selling weapons to both Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And whatever, now it's getting glitchy. This is fucking crazy every goddamn time. MBZ has an extraordinary way of telling Americans his own interests, but making it come across as good advice about the region, said Ben Rhodes, a deputy national security advisor under Obama, whose sympathy for the Arab Spring and negotiations with Iran brought blistering criticism from the Emirati prince. When it comes to influence in Washington, Mr. Rhodes added, MBZ is in a class by himself. Prince Mohammed worked assiduously before the presidential election to crack Trump's inner circle. Now, part of this that I didn't read is that MBZ and Obama actually were really friendly. They really liked each other, and he saw this move as a slap in the face. So now you see, because Obama isn't willing to play ball with them, you see him start to move into this incoming Trump administration. And he worked hard to crack Trump's inner circle and secured a secret meeting during the transition period with the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. The prince also tried to broker talks between the Trump administration and Russia, a gambit that later entangled him in the special counsel's investigation into foreign election interference. If you remember, now MAGA, you tuned out during this investigation, but this was what the investigation was about. And here you have MBZ trying to actually broker talks between Russia and the Trump administration, get them on the same team, and work together. Weird, right? Today, at least 5 people working for Prince Mohammed have been caught up in criminal investigations growing out of that inquiry. A regular visitor to the United States for 3 decades, Prince Mohammed has now stayed away for 2 years. And remember, this is in 2019, in part because he fears prosecutors might seek to question him or his aides, according to 2 people familiar with his thinking. His brother, the foreign minister, has visited. Going further, American officials invariably describe him as concise, inquisitive, and even humble. He pours his own coffee, and to illustrate his love for America, sometimes tells visitors that he has taken his grandchildren to Disney World incognito. He makes time for low-ranking American officials and greets senior dignitaries at the airport. With a shy, lopsided smile, he will offer a tour of his country, then climb into a helicopter to fly his guest over the skyscrapers and lagoons of Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Think of all of the business the United States has been doing in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. The UFC, for example, who has taken investment from them, who, when COVID hit, was able to work with MBZ to find a place to host their fights. They want these types of connections, and he's gone out of his way to pay people a lot of money so that he gets this type of access. When he meets Americans, Prince Mohammed emphasizes the things that make the UAE more liberal than their neighbors. Women have more opportunities. 1/3 of the cabinet ministers are female. Fucking woke. He is woke. He thought wokeism would attach him to the United States. Unlike Saudi Arabia, the UAE allows Christian churches and Hindu or Sikh temples, partly to accommodate a vast foreign workforce. The country is estimated to have 9 million residents, but fewer than 1 million citizens. The rest are foreign workers. To underscore the point, the prince last year created a ministry of tolerance and declared this the year of tolerance, so the woke year, DEI. He's hosted the Special Olympics and Pope Francis. Real wokester. Here's where here's where we get to the Epstein stuff, though. Prince Mohammed seemed to find a kindred spirit when Obama took office in 2009. Both were detached, analytic, and intrigued by big questions. For a time, Obama sought out phone conversations with Mohammed more than any other foreign leader. Several senior White House officials were called, but the Arab Spring came between them. Uprisings swept the region. The Muslim Brotherhood was winning elections, and Obama appeared to endorse the demands for democracy, though in Syria, where the uprising threatened a foe of the Emiratis, he backed a military action. So Obama starts advocating for democracy, and that's where we draw a line. And that's where you see they find a friend in Donald Trump, the anti-democracy president, who on his face says, I'm pro-democracy, but behind the scenes loves dictators. At home, Prince Mohammed hired a company linked to Eric Prince. If you remember Eric Prince, he runs Blackwater. He's the one that their guards killed people, and Trump wound up pardoning them. They just flat out murdered a woman and I think her child. And he hired Eric Prince to create a force of Colombian, South African, and other mercenaries. He crushed any hint of dissent, arresting 5 activists for organizing a petition for democratic reforms, and only signed by 132 people, and rounding up dozens of suspected sympathizing with the Muslim Brotherhood. The UAE revved up its influence machine in Washington, too. They were amongst the biggest spenders among foreign governments on Washington advocates and consultants, paying as much as $21 million in 2017, according to a tally by the Center for Responsive Politics. Rolling down here. Despite their sharp differences, Mohammed had remained cordial with Obama. I'm going to skip that. They had a falling out. At the end of Obama's presidency, he expects that he's going to have this meeting with Prince Mohammed, but Prince Mohammed backed out without really any explanation. He flew instead to New York for his first face-to-face meeting with Jared Kushner and other advisors to President-elect Donald J. Trump. To arrange the meetings, Prince Mohammed turned to financier Richard Gerson. And here's where we start to get the connections. Gerson, it says here, a founder of Falcon Edge Capital. He had worked with the prince for years and was also a friend of Jared Kushner. This is Richard Gerson. He is currently the co-founder and chairman and chief investment officer at Alpha Wave, which is really, really fucking cool. It's Alpha Wave. You can see here, but at the time when he was working with MBZ here, he was running Falcon Edge I guess Capital. Well, Falcon Edge here real quick. There we go. He said, I'm always here as your trusted family. Back channel anytime you want to discreetly pass something, Mr. Gerson wrote to the prince after the election in a private text message. We've got a back channel for you. This is going to be easy. The trip was supposed to be secret, but intelligence agencies detected the prince's arrival. Mr. Obama's advisors were stunned, but Prince Mohammed was already working to reverse the administration's policies, talking to Mr. Trump's advisors about the dangers of Iran and about Palestinian peace talks, according to two people familiar with the meeting. They were deeply impressed with you and are already convinced that you are their true friend and closest ally, Mr. Gerson said to the prince after the meetings. Obviously, this is somebody who is seen as the conduit. That's who he's working with. And this is part of the stuff that the Trump administration at the time said didn't happen. This is Institutional Investor from January of 2008. Falcon Edge Capital is pushing back against an NBC report that alleged the hedge fund's founder, Richard Gerson, is under scrutiny by special counsel Robert Mueller. Mueller's interested in Gerson's proximity to some key meetings between Trump associates and foreign officials. In January 2017, according to NBC report, which cited 5 anonymous sources familiar with the matter, a spokesperson for Gerson called the report completely wrong via email, adding that he is not under investigation or scrutiny by any entity. Gerson was vacationing in the Seychelles around the time, I don't know if that's correct, of a meeting between Blackwater founder Eric Prince and Russian and Emirati officials, including Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of Abu Dhabi, according to the NBC report. According to a spokesperson, Gerson was in the Seychelles prior to the meeting. He knew nothing about the meeting, had left before the meeting was reported to have taken place, and has never met or communicated with Eric Prince. NBC also reported that Gerson met separately with MBZ during his trip to Seychelles in January 2017. Gerson's spokesperson declined to comment. Gerson's spokesman told NBC that Falcon Edge founders' involvement in this meeting was limited to escorting former Prime Minister Tony Blair. Well, that didn't turn out to be true here. So at the time, this guy, Richard Gerson, who's again winds up in these emails, is lying to cover up the Mueller investigation. One of Prince Mohammed's younger brothers introduced Mr. Gerson to a Russian businessman who acts as a liaison between Putin and the Persian Gulf monarchs, according to special counsel's report. The Russian businessman, Kirill Dmitriev, conferred with Mr. Gerson about a reconciliation plan for the United States and Russia, and shortly before the inauguration, Mr. Gerson gave a 2-page summary of the plan to Mr. Kushner. Here is the Russian collusion. The next month in January, Prince Mohammed invited Mr. Dmitriev to an Emirati retreat in the Seychelles to meet with someone else they thought represented Trump's team, Mr. Prince, the Blackwater founder who had recruited mercenaries for the UAE. And there's the lie that he wasn't involved with that. Go down here. Let me show this. This is an email from the Epstein files. I am not a robot. This is about Rick, in this case, is Richard Gerson. And now we see that while this is all happening, where Gerson is setting up these back channels with the UAE and Russia, he's also talking to Jeffrey Epstein. Said, Rick texted saying, Paul Conti says great things about you. Conti says we are both good, kind people, and he's only done this once before in your 15 career. Now, this was kind of weird. So I'm like, what does Paul Conti have to do with this? But for whatever reason, Jeffrey Epstein and Rick are talking behind closed doors about a lot of things. And let's go over here to who Conti is. The New York Times reported on this. You may know this because it's come up recently. Shit. Wrong one. 1 second. Son of a bitch. 1 second. I put on the wrong link. Gotta go through my history. This is going to take a sec. Oh, there it is. Bingo. All right. Put this over here. There we go. What's going on here? All right. Documents released by the federal government show that the notorious sex criminal Jeffrey Epstein was in correspondence from 2015 to 2017 with a Portlander, Dr. Paul Conti, a nationally prominent psychiatrist and consultant with a private practice in Southwest Portland. The documents suggest the two men had at least some familiarity toward the beginning of a 2015 email exchange. For example, Conti thanks Epstein for his hospitality. I found the time spent with you to be enjoyable and fascinating, Conti writes. And over several subsequent emails, the two discuss whether Conti might treat a female friend of Epstein. Bizarre here. Comment from Conti on Tuesday and spoke to him by phone Wednesday after this story first published. He said, I met Mr. Epstein and I took care of someone, Conti said. I provided medical care to someone, and I don't regret that. I meet all sorts of people, and sometimes it results in me providing medical care for somebody who's in need. In a subsequent email statement, Conti said, I met a woman with high levels of distress through Mr. Epstein. Now, if you have dug through the Epstein files, there's some really interesting stuff that comes up regularly, in that these people that Jeffrey Epstein traffics, he winds up paying for stuff for them a lot. There's times he's paying for people's tuition. There's times he's paying for medical treatments. There's times that he's paying for people's rent. But it's all of these girls who have been trafficked. One of them I came across because they went to BYU, Idaho, and that caught my attention. But Jeffrey Epstein, this is kind of how he would manipulate these girls. He would abuse them, but then he would take care of them financially. And so they had an incentive to stay close to him and not rat him out because he was paying their bills. Greg said the same people that needed their own halftime show are the same people who needed their own water fountains. Facts. I like that. Amy said, not everyone in the files is guilty, but all should be looked into. Agreed. Flanker said, isn't it amazing? Oh, I got that one already. Appreciate that. Did I miss any others here? All right, we'll keep going here. So anyway, it was just surprising to me to watch Epstein through now this person be able to connect to Richard Gerson and Epstein calling him Rick. And there's multiple emails from Richard Gerson and Epstein doing things on behalf of Rick Gerson, who is the go-between between Russia, MBZ, and the Trump administration. That's one of their go-betweens there. But it gets even more weird because remember the name Dmitriev that we brought up there? That is the connection that Gerson has. And Gerson is facilitating these meetings between Jared Kushner and Dmitriev. If we go here, Dmitriev sought direct contact with Kushner in 2016 via intermediaries, and they coordinated on a Sputnik vaccine ventilator deal during COVID. If you remember, there was some criticism of the Trump administration that we didn't get ventilators for everybody here in the United States, but he sent a whole bunch to Russia. Well, that was done through Jared Kushner, through Richard Gerson, and and then they met with Dmitriev, and they sent these ventilators to Russia. If you look here, boom, yeah, there it is. Then I'm just like, man, there's this weird connection. Where is it going? And then I find this. One of the weird things about the first Trump administration was the very short-lived career of Anthony Scaramucci. He was White House press secretary for like 7 minutes. And we find Anthony Scaramucci in these files. But here's what's interesting, and I think these go in order. This is Jeffrey Epstein to participants here that are blacked out for some reason, and then himself. So you'll see a lot of times, you'll see the text twice because he's messaging himself. To whoever this is, you visiting tonight? They said, when's a good time? I have Judge Janine tonight. Who is this that's going to Judge Janine? You can pull this date and you find out that Scaramucci had Judge Janine that night. Perfect, says Epstein. Says 33 minutes. Is it still okay to come? If good for you, I'm here. Why is Jeffrey Epstein, while Trump is president, communicating direct, and just a few months before his death, communicating directly with one of Trump's press secretaries? No, nobody helped me with the information for today's show. This one was just me. This was just my ADHD mind going. If good for you, I'm here. If not, no worry. Yes, I'll stop by. Have to get down to Fox, but will be great to see you. Great. Then here's Twitter. Like, here's the status. That's me on Judge Janine. There we go. This is Anthony Scaramucci. Why is Trump's press secretary talking directly with Jeffrey Epstein? There you can see the clip. I mean, you don't need to watch the clip, but there he is. That's weird, right? In 2019, this guy goes on Judge Janine specifically to go out there and defend Donald Trump from these Mueller investigation accusations. And what we know is that behind the scenes, Epstein is working with, again, Rick Gerson, who is the conduit that connects Jared Epstein to Dmitriev and to MBZ. So all these connections that Trump is being investigated for, it's being seemingly directed by Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is connecting these people together and helping them create these connections to help the Trump administration. That's weird, right? Then we get this. This from Justice Department here. Is this the right one? Then you have Epstein messaging Sultan bin Sulayem, MBS. Said simply Rick Gates. And that raised an alarm. I'm like, I remember Rick Gates. Rick Gates was all wrapped up into this Mueller investigation. So I searched Rick Gates. And I found this email of Steve Bannon, again, Donald Trump's one of his most prominent advisors, going back and forth with Steve Bannon. And you'll see here from Jason Miller. You guys remember Jason Miller? I'll show him to you. He was a senior advisor and chief spokesman for the Trump campaigns of 2016, 2020, and 2024. And now, here he is. You can look at his Wikipedia here. Currently, what's he doing now? I don't know what he's currently doing now. But anyways, you'll notice he runs all of Trump's campaigns. And this is 2018. And he's talking to Steve Bannon here. Says Gates. Now, who's this? I don't know who this other person is. I don't know who this is. This obviously must have been forwarded to Jeffrey Epstein, or Jeffrey Epstein is one of these emails, because there's no reason why an email from Jason Miller to Steve Bannon would be in the Epstein files. unless at some point this was forwarded to Epstein. You can see here, comms alert. I don't know what this email is, but somehow these emails between Jason Miller and Steve Bannon are making their way into the Epstein files. Here it is. It's the story. Mueller team questions Trump friend Tom Barack. The AP has learned that investigators working with Mueller have interviewed Tom Barack, a close friend and confidant of Trump. 3 people familiar with the probe tell the AP that Barack met with federal investigators working on the Russia inquiry. The people spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss private deliberations. Barack's spokesman declined to comment. Barack has known Trump for decades. He's one of Trump's closest advisors through the 2016 campaign. Barack has a long-standing relationship with Trump's former campaign manager, Paul Manafort, who's obviously working with Russia at that time, and Manafort's one-time deputy, Rick Gates, who we have just found here. Gates agreed to begin cooperating with Mueller investigation in February, and Jason Miller, to me, sends this to Steve Bannon. Gates, and then here from Steve Bannon to Jeffrey Epstein says, Gates served this brother up. Why is Steve Bannon forwarding this to Jeffrey Epstein? These are internal communications with the Trump campaign, and Steve Bannon is taking stuff that he's learning from inside the Trump administration and forwarding it to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Whoever said that. This is why Steve Bannon said, if we lose, I'm going to jail. Axe said, well then, good job, little buddy. Great show today. Thanks as always, RTP and Gen Dub. Special thanks to our new friend, Nightbot, and as always, my RTP family. Thank you very much. Tony said, I did not watch Clanchella. I haven't heard it called Clanchella yet. I like that one. Bob Vest said, appreciate all this info. I did a paid subscription. I still disagree with leftist ideology, but I appreciate the service you're providing, and it's hard to ignore the receipts. Thanks, Bob. That was very kind. And I appreciate that. I don't know what leftist ideology is, but you're welcome to reject that openly. All right, going here. All right, then Epstein, after that, emails a New York Times financial reporter. Here, his name is Landon Thomas Jr., and here Epstein, again, pushing this, forwarding this. I don't go to conferences. I've had lots of discussions with my friends. This is Epstein. I don't know what this is. I don't know why there's always this like equal sign. I have no idea, but I don't go to conferences. I've had lots of discussions with my friends since. 2, hopefully Barack doesn't get dragged in with Rick Gates. 3, so far, Boys has escaped with the Weinstein mess. 4, Henry Jarecki being brought into the James Toback stories. And 5, boy, am I glad I am old news. He's commiserating with Thomas or Landon Thomas Jr., who had said, "Did you go to Saudi?" Landon Thomas Jr. then responds, "You are indeed. I am surprised that there has been nothing on C. Rose. I assume Charlie Rose." And Epstein responds, "Brett Ratner, Godot stepped away. It's early in the game." So seemingly Epstein has this inside information that he's leaking now to the New York Times, and he seems to be getting this information through Steve Bannon or perhaps others. And then we have this, Epstein messaging multiple redacted names about an intervention team. I swear to God, he's emailing about people inside the administration, excuse me, I think these are texts, about an intervention team that will go about trying to run interference on the Russian investigation and the investigation into Stormy Daniels. Here he is, Epstein, texting, I don't know who. But 1, would he rep POTUS now? I don't know who we're asking about here. What should Trump do? 3, how serious is the CFO flipping? 4, where does he think this goes next? 5, is the Trump org the target, and does that mean the kids? I checked the date here, which is August 24th, and thinking about a CEO that's flipping, and I found that on August 23rd, and do I have this here? Yeah. Trump tweeted out about that flipping should be illegal and calling it fabricating stories in response to 1, Michael Cohen pleading guilty, and 2, David Pecker's immunity deal. David Pecker is the one who owned the what is it? The place that somebody help me with that. National Enquirer, they're the ones that paid to kill the Stormy Daniels story, and then David Pecker cut an immunity deal. So here he is texting somebody about the CFO, David Pecker, flipping on him. Is Trump org the target, and does that mean the kids? Are they going to target these kids? You'll see it again twice because these are text messages. And then Lawrence Krauss messages Epstein, says, "You're one of the most amazing people I've ever known." Then again, for whatever reason, the sender of these are blocked out. Normal on the left, Frankenvessel on the right. Going down here. And this, we have Epstein saying, I know to a group want to stage an intervention. Here's where it gets interesting. And who are these participants? Why, these aren't victims, obviously, of Epstein. I don't know why the fuck these are blacked out. I know to a group want to stage an intervention. 3 4 corporate, one of many, Stone, Prince, etc. Yes, but only after November. I think this is Eric Prince and Roger Stone, I'm guessing. Then we go here, must be drinking. Lawrence Krauss from Jeffrey Epstein, must be drinking again. Lawrence Krauss says, you got it. How about flying with me to Germany in October, says Lawrence Krauss. Jeffrey Epstein says Perry Mason has another case that month. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know who. Some of this is just very confusing. Now we have Jeffrey Epstein here sending this message to 2, again, redacted people that should not be redacted. I assume you are still close to Ivanka, Jeffrey Epstein says. So I don't know who this is, but this is somebody who is or was close to Ivanka, and Jeffrey Epstein saying, I assume that you are still close. If so, there are a few of his heavy hitter friends that would like to help, me not included, of course. Yeah, Perry Mason could have been code. It could have been something else. I don't know. I think a war council. Schwartzman, Wynn. This is Steve Wynn. I don't remember who Schwartzman is. Rudy Giuliani, Lorber, Lafrac, Tom Barak should be called in to give suggestions. Weisselberg, which is Trump's CFO, Cohen, Michael Cohen, Pecker, David Pecker, all together doesn't bode well. I didn't add Bannon as I know Ivanka hates him. How does he know Ivanka hates Steve Bannon? Again, this is 2018. Though, as you said about Bedfellows, he would be a good addition if it wasn't for his baggage. Whoever these people are who are redacted said, not sure he will actually, this is Epstein, said, and not sure he will actually follow any advice, but you could try, I think speaking about Bannon. Then the response here, Jesus need to soonest. Why are these redacted? Then Epstein to these redacted names. Rudy, part of 2, Ivanka, your nemesis, Jared and Junior, timing. Then Woody Allen makes it. I don't know why. Here's Woody Allen. Sender Woody Allen. Thank you for a fun evening last night. Epstein said, what'd you enjoy the most? And then it gets weird. But Woody says, or Jeffrey said, besides the leftovers? Just maybe it's leftovers. It's weird, though. Woody says, read in the conversation, besides me, what did you enjoy the most? Epstein says, the music. The ambience, says Woody Allen. The music playing in the background, says Jeffrey Epstein. Then any luck on, we're back to this. Any luck on what? Don't know. They are the intervention. Now we're back to the conversation. A little break with Woody, and now we're back to this. This is Turge, which I didn't have time to figure out who Turge is, but Epstein sending to Turge. Any luck on blank? Now the response from the sender, who we don't know, the participants we don't know except for Jeffrey Epstein, they are the intervention. Now, some of you may not know this, but there is currently a whistleblower report about somebody that they say is close to the Trump administration, and that this whistleblower report was buried by Tulsi Gabbard, and it has to do with connecting foreign influence. I don't know if this could be it. It said, and the whistleblower says it would destroy the Trump administration if anybody knew about this. I don't know if it's related or not, but just that was one of my thoughts. Then here's Epstein to whoever. No, serious group, all realize crisis and worried and understand players. Why would Jeffrey Epstein be discussing a scandal that involves Donald Trump covering up the Stormy Daniels affair and saying here, no, serious group, all realize crisis and worried and understand players? Why would he be worried about this if he's not worried about Trump? And who the fuck is he giving this information to? Who the fuck is he giving this advice to that's clearly inside the Trump inner circle here? They already found out it was Obama and the Steele dossier was fabricated. Hey, dipshit, this has nothing to do with the Steele dossier or the Russian investigation. This is about Stormy Daniels. Smart, said somebody to Jeffrey Epstein and somebody else. Then Epstein, it includes the guys he talks to normally, but as usual, he doesn't realize they also talk to each other. So saying one thing to one and then another thing to motivation, I'm told, yes, it has good for us, but bad for the country. Brennan's description of drunk with power seems apt. Assume that means John Brennan? Who the fuck is he talking to? And why is it redacted? These are not victims. He is not talking to a victim of sex trafficking about the inner workings of the Trump administration. Who the fuck inside the Trump administration is talking to Jeffrey Epstein, and why the fuck is it redacted? What are we doing? Like, what's left of MAGA here? They're covering it up. Whatever this means, we don't even know because we don't know who these people are because they're covering it up. Moving down, he believes he's smarter than all of them combined. That is the issue. Unfortunately, he might be right. He is and still is a moron. Lefrak. Who is Lefrak? I should look this up. Does that mean something? Francine Lefrak, a prominent Bernard College trustee and philanthropist, is named in relation to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. There's a holiday invitation. Let's see if we can connect them to the Trump investigation. I don't know any better. If anybody wants to look up Lefrak and see. Roth, it said all third rate. He will never listen to that crew. Tried, please call me. This is Turge. Let's see who Turge is. Sorry, I would have had this, but I was scrambling late. I was scrambling last minute, so a lot of this stuff I missed in real time. Turge Rod Larson played key roles in the secret Israeli-Palestinian negotiation. Oh, this is interesting. This is just the first thing I pulled up here. Norwegian police said Monday they have launched an aggravated corruption investigation into high-profile diplomat Mona Jewel and her husband Turge Rod Larson over the couple's links to late U.S. sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. There we go. The police economic crime in Okorum said in a statement that the probe began last week and that an Oslo residence was searched on Monday as well as a residence belonging to a witness. This is Jesus Christ today. Okay, well, fuck. Fuck. There we go. Of course. And once again, their country doing something, our country not doing a goddamn thing. Jewel and Rod Larson's played key roles in the secret Israeli-Palestinian negotiations, which led to the Oslo Accords of the early 90s. Epstein left $10 million in his will to the couple's 2 children. My client does not recognize the accusations made against her. Rod Larson is confident that once all the factual circumstances have been thoroughly reviewed. Okay, so there's the Israel. All right, great. That's who we're talking. Tried, please call me. Agreed, and that is the reason he fears you. I don't know who this is. I don't know if this is the same person because this isn't Turge. So now this is a different one. This is Jeffrey Epstein saying agreed, and that is the reason he fears you. Yep. Cialis, Levitra, Viagra, Stendra. That's to Turge again. Back to Turge. Now the messages are just blacked out. Turge blank school. Now here's Epstein. We don't know who. He won't do it. And a lot of these guys are now. Here's back to the inner circle. He won't do it, and lots of those guys are trying to keep some distance now. Great idea though, and I will suggest to Ivanka. Whoever this is talks to Ivanka. The problem with Trump is he disses everyone, including almost everyone on your list. Jeffrey Epstein responds, I know, suggestions. They respond to him. What do you think? I don't know. Sender K is here. JoJo went to Home Depot. They did not have them. That sounds no big deal. Then this is Jeffrey Epstein back to these people. Is there anyone besides Ivanka that he does respect? The answer might be no. Ken Starr? Ken could be helpful. Any thoughts on who he might at least listen to? Ken Starr, Kissinger, Hannity? Then back to Woody Allen here. We'll skip that. Go back, but back to Barack, Tom Barack. Would he listen to Tom Barack? Nope, can't like you. Barack called him crazy, in the doghouse ever since, and Rick Gates. Gates, and then we're there. This is 2018. Epstein is consulting with somebody inside Donald Trump's direct circle and giving him ideas. And again, yeah, like you said, Penelope, Bannon talks to this dude every day. So that's where we're going to leave it today. He's in the fight. Trump is implicated all over the fucking place. But what you just saw is that somebody in this DOJ, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, somebody redacted these names of somebody in the Trump inner circle who was relaying advice from Jeffrey Epstein to Ivanka, to Gates, and to Tom Barack. It might be Bannon. It might not be. I don't know who it is, but somebody inside of the Trump circle was directly communicating with Epstein, while Steve Bannon, Trump's senior, who was a senior advisor, was also talking to Epstein every single day. Every single day. Could be Stephen Miller, Jason Miller, Nancy Mace. They don't talk to women. That's crazy. All right, we're gonna pick up on where this left off tomorrow, and I'm also gonna talk about Peter Thiel's connections in the Epstein files. We'll get there. Let's see. Did I get all these? We might have been. Did we go short on the gift goal on an Epstein day? That never happens. That's crazy. Axe said, well, got that one. Amy Lynn said, leftovers. Maybe they're speaking of Melania. Oh, maybe. I got that one from Ack. Did I miss anybody? Can you guys tell me in the chat if I missed any of your comments? I think I got everybody. By how much? About 54. That's about what it is. Did I miss anybody in the chat? Lafrac City? What's Lafrac City? Look that up real quick. That's in Queens. Oh. It's a apartment development. What'd you say?
I said thank you to Sully and Cookie.
Oh, thank you, Sully and Cookie. Appreciate you guys. Was there any message with them? Oh, no, you just knocked it out. Thank you. Lafrac City in Queens was developed by Samuel Lafrac and his firm. Maybe they were talking about this guy. Huh. Entertaining company, this son, Martin and Bandy or Charles. Why do I know Charles Koppelman? American musician and music producer. Sued by the federal government for housing discrimination. That sounds an awful lot like Daddy Trump. I'll look into that. I'll look into Lafrac City. I was unaware of that. Thank you. All right, guys. I'll be back tomorrow morning with more on the Epstein files. The more we dig, the more we find. And I just want you to know, like, if you're reading something about the Trump administration and you come across a name, search it in the Epstein files. It is alarming how often these people are all connected, and they're all connected through Jeffrey Epstein. And our country, unlike all other civilized countries, are not going to do a goddamn thing about it. We're just going to sit back and we're going to let the Trump administration continue to cover this up. It's pathetic, but maybe if some of you good people like Bob, who have not seen this information, you voted for Trump, maybe if enough of you can help us hold his feet to the fire, we can finally get some transparency on this, and we can find out just exactly how deep Jeffrey Epstein's connections go and how much he was pulling the strings. But until then, we'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, right here, wherever you're watching right now. I don't know about TikTok, but we'll find out. Until then, take care of your mental health. Go outside and touch grass if grass is available to you. If it's not, find a different way to take care of your mental health. Hug your family, love your neighbor, stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.